also exalted the horn of his people, praise of all his saints, even unto the children of Yisrael, a people near unto him. Praise ye Yahuwah. Monument, 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 monument. Just give us freedom. That's all we need. Give us free. Congratulations, you have graduated this level of matrix. You're acculturation. No, you couldn't wait till the program creator. That's what you were made for. That's why you were brainwashed. You are alpha, beta, zeta, programmed by your creator, and you call him your savior. What if you from bondage? Have if you choose of knowledge? Congratulations, you have graduated this level of matrix. Your acculturation. I know you couldn't wait to be the program creator. That's what you were made for. That's why you were brainwashed. You are alpha, beta, zeta, programmed by your enslaver, and you call him your savior. I free you from bondage. I got a few Jews in my land. Jews of knowledge. Monument, 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 monument. Just play so free. Give us free. Us free. Yahuwah shall scatter thee among all people, from the one end of the earth even unto the other. And there thou shalt serve other Elohim, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone. Among these nations shalt thou find no ease, neither shall the sole of thy foot have rest. But Yahuwah shall give thee there a trembling heart, and failing of eyes, and sorrow of mind, and thy life shall hang in doubt before thee, and thou shalt fear day and night, and shalt have none assurances of thy life. In the morning thou shalt say, would Elohim it were even. And at even thou shalt say, would Elohim it were morning, for the fear of thine heart, wherewith thou shalt fear, and for the sight of thine eyes, which thou shalt see. And Yahuwah shall bring thee into Mitzrayim, again with ships, by the way where I spake unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again, and these shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall redeem you.
Greetings and salutations.
Horn of his people, praise of all his saints, even unto the children of Yisrael, a people.
All right, cool. Welcome to this space, wonderful people. See what we got here before we get in. Peace, Master Menelek. Shalom, Alpha Woman Now. Emma Yakira Eden. Peace to you. Emma Aquia. Peace. Abba Haruk. Peace to you. Akoti Yafe. Peace to the Chief. And peace, Emanaya. Let's go. Let's rock and roll. Today we're talking about a flow, and I'm flowing off of a couple of things. One of the movie that we watched yesterday, and not to mention the last conversation that we had when we were all on here. We started speaking about just a little bit of how we can shut down a conversation, how we can ultimately have a closed mind when we start to engage in conversations with other people, wanting to know everything there is to know about them, but still at the same time reserved, closed off, and not really wanting people to see us. And it even started to make me think of a little bit when in the segment, one is not looking for love in all the wrong places. And seeing that love is not something that you look for, it's something that you allow. See, so you have to allow somebody to love you. You have to allow somebody to get to know you. These are things that you have to allow. And when you don't allow it, you close yourself off. And when you close yourself off, one is closed from the flow. One is closed from what is actually happening, the spirit that's flowing between two people. And now they are just ultimately identifying with the flesh, right? So the flesh is like, keep me safe. The flesh is telling you, I don't want to be uncomfortable. Let's go ahead and just do the things that we've always been doing. And even in the sense that, peace, Brianna, peace to you. And even in the sense that when we start to even have conversations with people, or we start to want to move and do other things, there's certain things that we can start to say, or certain things that we can start to tell ourselves that can ultimately close ourselves off. So I have a couple things up here that I pulled from an RODBT book. And it was just certain things that people like to tell themselves that are what the book has as certain myths that one tells themselves that ultimately keep one back and have a closed mind and don't really open themselves up to the flow, right? So one of the things is, and if you identify with any of these, or if you've heard yourself say these things, or if you've heard somebody else say these things, then, we're going to start to take a look at that and see how we can remove some of the blockage and ultimately start to move and groove and allow that flow and remove some of the anxiety, depression, et cetera, et cetera. So some of the things that a closed mind may say is being open means others can use you. Only idiots are open, right? So if I'm going in with this mentality and this or this certain statement resonates with you, then it's a matter of now I'm going to close myself off. I'm going to identify with that flesh, the flesh that tells me not to be open with others, not to communicate, but only give them what I want to give them, but then understand, well, why is everybody not opening themselves up to me? Why am I not, being communicated with like everybody else is? And one can go into a conversation having these certain ideologies already programmed into them. So now it just cuts one off from actually making meaningful relationships with other people. So I pulled a couple of them. There's a few more, and maybe at some point, if we have time, I'll circle back to them. But I have tried everything there is to try. There's nothing new out there. And sometimes when even if you come into a culture like I do, or if you come in and just meeting other people, then can you really make blanket statements that says you have tried everything? Have you really tried everything? Have you really done everything that is possible? That nothing works for you, and even in thinking back to one of the old shows that just popped into my head was a lot of times people start to leave certain religions, or when they leave certain doctrines, and they say, I tried that thing out, but it just wasn't resonating with me. It wasn't. And, even in the show that Chief did, he started to even speak about how, a simple religion can start to fix a lot of people's issues. But because one is closed off or comes in with a closed mind, now I'm paraphrasing, but but because one comes in with the closed mind, they shut themselves off for the transformation that can actually happen, because they don't want to submit to the doctrine. They don't want to submit to what is going on. They don't want to allow the Spirit to get in. So ultimately they cut it off, and they close themselves off, and they only want to, now I'm going to flow with flesh. I'm not going to flow with spirit. And when one is not flowing with spirit, then they can't be in a flow. And now they're wondering why things are not happening the way that they feel like they should, because certain things are said in this, such as this. Even if we look at this other one that I have on here is, if I try something new, then it means I was wrong. How many times have one said to themselves, if I actually go out and then I'm not going to engage in this conversation, I'm not going to do this certain thing, because if I do this certain thing, then I have to admit that I was going in the wrong direction. I have to admit that what I was doing was wrong this entire time. Now, when I have to start doing that, I may even have to start looking at some of the teachers that I've held near and dear. And I might have to question what they said. And then if I question this one thing, then ultimately, I have to question everything that I have had in my own personal reality comes into question. And then really, what kind of ground am I standing on? So in order for me to prevent any type of helter-skelter or any type of ground that I don't think that, or I presume to be, that is not going to be favorable for me, then you know what? Then I'm just not going to try it, because if I try it, then that means I'm wrong, and I don't want to be wrong. See, so now I'm just going to close myself off to every possibility that can actually happen, that can open up to me and unfurl right in front of me. But I'm not going to do it because it just feels uncomfortable, right? It doesn't feel right. And speaking of that, the last one that I have on here is doing what I always do just feels right. Right. So ultimately, we're looking at somebody identifying with flesh and doing what feels comfortable, what feels, and not pushing one to actually grow. And, it goes back to even the movie that we watched, and Chief did a breakdown on it, was The Never Ending Story. And in The Never Ending Story, they had spoke about, he was like, but it hurts. And she told him, and I don't remember the name. So it was like, but it hurts. And if something is, she said, though, but if it is to heal, it is going to hurt. When you start to push back past or beyond some of your barriers that you used to have or that you currently have, it's gonna hurt, right? It's certain things that are what some people would like to say triggers. Certain things or certain people or certain conversations might trigger one because something has not been worked out just yet. And it's in the sense that certain people can have conversations and they might come in and they might tell you, oh yeah, you know what, Zach, you don't have a black shirt on. You have, you don't even own a black shirt. I can choose to engage in that conversation. I can choose to say, you know what, to argue, or I can choose to back away and just avoid everything. But this is something that I've already worked out. So if something that I've already worked out, then it's not going to be a trigger. It's not going to be something that starts to make me not feel uncomfortable, because it's not something that I'm not unsure of. But what happens is when somebody says something that we may be unsure of, saying that you are not patient, saying that something like, oh, well, you might be unkind, and preventing myself from opening up to somebody else because they may say these certain things, which will cause me to change. And then if it causes me to change, then it's going to feel uncomfortable, because then I don't know really what my identity is in this space. So if I don't know what my identity is in this space, and somebody might point that out to me, well, then now it's going to cause me to make some certain decisions and some certain choices that I do not want to make because it doesn't feel right. And when we only operate off of a feeling, then it becomes very problematic. And now we are closing ourselves off to spirit. We're closing ourselves off to flow. We're closing ourselves off. So you know what? I see some comments in it. Let's go to the comments and then, oh, thank you, Chief, for that. Radical open dialect. That's exactly what RODBT is. My apologies. I'll put that on the next time. Cool. All right. So back to it. Let's go. So we're going to go to Romans 8, and we'll start from 1 and 6, and then we're going to move on to 7 and 12. I'm going to jump in and out of these, and then I'm going to tell you right now, I'm coming from the New Way, which manners is what one I'm going to pull from, and conduct is another one that I'm going to pull from, just so to give you a heads up if you are following along. Okay. So, all right, let's do it. Romans 8, 1 and 6. There is therefore now no condemnation to them which are in Christ Jesus, or Yeshua, who walk not after the flesh, but after the spirit. Now, when one is walking after the flesh, one starts to put themselves in trouble because now they're looking at worldly things and worldly possessions. And if you even take a look at the movie that we watched yesterday, oh man, I don't remember the name of it, but in the movie, you start to see certain people that have identified and saying, I was a good person because I was doing, he was a doctor, he was helping all of these people out. But one of the things that they begin to point out was, your pride, your ego, maybe your haughtiness, that ultimately you are identifying with the flesh, but you weren't identifying with spirit. And when one is not identifying with spirit, then ultimately we can live a life that we are not really seeing the true meaning and the true essence of the connections that we make with other people, how we relate to ourselves, and ultimately how we relate to the divine. And then when we don't do that and we begin to skip steps, then it becomes very problematic. But it says there is therefore now no condemnation to them which are in Yeshua. So are you allowing the spirit to come in? This is the question. Or you will just primarily identifying with flesh and identifying with whatever your certain circumstance is, right? So for the law of the spirit of life in Yeshua has made me free from the law of sin and death. Now, this even goes back to when I look at anytime that I see the law of spirit, and it goes back to one of the old segments that Chief had done where he gave the acronym for law, which is love for Allah's wisdom. And when one has love for something, you don't begin, it's not one thing that becomes difficult. It's one thing that becomes very simple because you have love and you are connected to something. Even in a study session that we had one time, it was an example that Chief had given about, when you have love for somebody, and let's say somebody comes over to your house and they were about to eat dinner and they say, I have a peanut allergy. There are peanuts used in this. Because you have a love for something, for someone, then it's like, what? It's not that, I love peanuts and I put peanut sauce in everything that I do. So, you just gonna have to figure something else out. It becomes very simple if you have a connection and a love and you're flowing between one another, that you just say, you know what? Let's cut it out then, because I don't want to endanger something, or I don't want to endanger you, or put myself in danger, or anything of that matter, because now I'm gonna have, because of that connection. So when one has a connection to the Most High, one starts to have love for the law that has one starting to walk in that spirit, where that in my house there are many mansions, and if there were, I would have told you. So now it begins to dwell inside of one, because one now is looking at the law and now being or having that spirit allowed to flow in within it, as opposed to cutting that off and saying, I'm going to only identify with the law of sin and death, and knowing that the two things are guaranteed are taxes and death. with some people, right? So I'm only going to identify with this earthly body, this earthly suit that tells me that's going to keep me from harm, that's going to keep me from pain, that's going to keep me from doing the things that that are ultimately going to bring some issues that I don't really know. I haven't really worked out. So it goes on to say, for what the law could not do, in that it was weak through the flesh, God sending, Yah sending his own son in the likeness of sinful flesh, and for sin condemned sin in the flesh. So now I'm gonna show you what it's like, because now it's a matter of, it's not just reading something and then just like, look, man, it's too hard, I ain't doing it. Right? Or somebody just studying something and then going off, and then you learn, or you read one thing, you have this bookshelf full of books where you're reading all of this stuff, but not actually having it transform you and your life, because you're still closed off to what all it can be. And when one is closed off, they're not accepting or allowing something to flow in them, which now it just becomes regurgitating information. But it's not actually actualized information where you're living the word. So it's like, okay, I'm going to show you someone that's going to show you what it looks like on a day in and day out basis. And that's the beauty of, I would even say, being in Anu, is just being able to see, look, when you look up and you see Chief, and I'm going to live it day in and day out. It's not that I do Anu, I be Anu. All right? I be. Let me get rid of this. And the being is just, I'm not, this is not something that I'm going to put on. This is not something that you put on like a shirt. It got to be in you. All right? Not on you. It got to be in you and not on you. And when it's in you, you are allowing that flow. And I'm going to show you what it looks like, so you're now in the flow, so you're not just, there's that old saying that you're either on your way or you're in the way. So now when you start to get on your way, it's not being in the way of life, where now you feel like you're a problem, or this is the problem, or they're talking about me, because you're only identifying with the flesh. You're only identifying with it. So, so it's a matter of now saying, I'm going to allow the law. I'm going to have a love for Allah's wisdom. I'm going to have love for this that is actually going to change me. It's almost like, even if I'm looking at it and from a football sense, I can study the playbook and I can look at it and I say, oh, okay, but it's something totally different when I actually get out there and live bullets are flying. Am I in the flow where now it becomes alive and a part of me, where I can now start to see certain things, where I've studied enough where I can see the formations of the defense, I can see formations of the offense, I can tell what type of plays they run out of this formation. So my mind is not running a million miles a minute, but ultimately I can now situate myself in the moment. And in the present moment, I can now see what's going on. See, so conversations are no different. People are no different. If you know yourself well enough and you now start to see different ideologies that people can start to study and people start to learn, then you'll start to understand how you are in the situation and they're in the situation that they're in, because you're grounded and rooted in who and what you are. But it has to be alive and active inside of you. It's not just something that you can put on and then somebody comes along and then they might test that theory and something that you have not worked out. And when it's something that you have not worked out, then this goes back to the beginning again. One is closed off. And when one is closed off, then they're not open up to the experiences of what's going on in front of them. So that's when I don't want this feeling, because I really haven't studied that information. I really haven't studied that material well enough that I can now start to be well versed in it. So because I'm not well versed in it, now I'll just back away. Well, that's not really something I'm really into. And now we're cutting the spirit. We're cutting the flow off. All right. It's that the righteousness of the law might be fulfilled in us, who walk not after the flesh, but after the spirit. So easy to get caught up into walking after your flesh, of what the flesh wants. If I'm walking after my flesh, I'm telling you right now, it wants ice cream all the time. And it can get you in trouble because next thing you know, you got bring on obesity, brings on life challenges, and it brings up some people's flesh tells them, I don't really want to open up. Going back to the beginning of, I'm not going to open up. I'm already going to come in with the closed mind because ultimately that feels right. But you're going to have to open yourself up to righteousness. When you open yourself up to righteousness, you open yourself up to the moment, and the power is in the moment. For they that are after the flesh do mind the things of the flesh, but they that are after the spirit, the things of the spirit. So for to be carnally minded is death, but to be spiritually minded is life and peace. And peace, as we've already identified as just, maintaining your identity in the midst of chaos. And when one knows who and what you are, I'm going to take this down for a little bit because now I'm going to go over here. When one knows who and what you are, then one starts to understand that you can have chaos going on all around you. Everything can be falling down. Everything could not be going your way, but you can still have peace. And but that's that allowing that spirit to reside, that Ruach Kodesh, that being inside of you. You got to be in you, not on you. Oh, I love it here. I love it here. So I'm going to look at two things. I'm going to come back to this, but I want to look at something. We're going to go from the manners because I'm going to look at the manners section because a lot of times you start to see, and you've heard Chief say this before, you can tell or you can start to make judgments on somebody's religion or whatever it is that they say that they practice by if they are kind or not, right? So if we take a look at some of the manners piece, it even says in there that we accept that there is a hierarchical environment that we identify with inside of our own nation's gates. So looking at something, it's little small things, right? It's like they say, the devil is in the details. And in the detail, you'll start to see that how do people start to treat one another inside of their own gates? How do you start to even treat elders inside of your own gates? And you'll start to see that some people, they use these certain phrases and certain terminology that they know not to try me, because if they try me, I'm going to go off. Or I don't care how old they are. If you say something crazy to me, I'm going to say something crazy to you. You mad disrespectful. And you're looking at this, but this person is 60, 70 years your senior, or whatever the case may be. Now, if you'll start to see, if somebody says something that you disagree with and they are beyond you, this is not time for an argument. Now, is this inside of you, or is this something that now somebody is trying to come at me, and because you're trying to come at me, I'm going to take you down, right? So, but that's what the world would tell you, is don't let nobody disrespect you. Don't let nobody tell you nothing. But what you're learning, though, is respect your elders. And there's a difference between an elder and an older. But even so, like if you don't agree, all right, thank you. Thank you for sharing, right? And you keep on moving. Not to get into an argument, not to set this person straight, not to come at them, but it's like, is this in you? Because then what we start to do is we start to think that, well, why can't we start to have better relationships with others who are around us? Because now, it might be you that is the cord that's off. And if it's you, then it's a wonderful opportunity for you to make an adjustment. All right. And adjustments are made, even if we take a look at through our language, dress, and conduct, we are consistently recognizing our station and status of others. Now, this is important because when we were at was it the first retreat? The second retreat that I went to, right? And during the second retreat, it was during this time that everybody was sitting out. It was late, came in, and I walked out with no shirt on. Like a peacock. I was strutting, right? And they tried to play like, man, Zach, you started it. And even when like the downfall of it is like when you came out with no shirt on, I'm like, what? It was hot, right? Trying to play stupid, but knowing what you're doing. Is there a certain way that you're going to conduct yourself that either is going to hold you to a higher standard as well as everybody else around you, or you're going to bring some of your outside carnality, your outside sin, your outside, whatever it is that you were doing outside, are you going to bring that inside? Or are you going to start to show that if I'm a part of this group, then now let me start to have some dignity and respect that we're going to have flow between one another? Or am I going to cut that off because it's just about me? So no, I'm closed-minded and I'm going to show up and I'm just going to take my shirt off and I'm just going to come out here and I'm going to do what I do now. Look at my abs, look at my pecs, right? Is it just about me closing that off to everybody else? Or am I going to open myself up and say, you know what, through our language, dress, and conduct, we are consistently recognizing our station and status. Where do you want to stand, right? So, the learning of self-comportment must begin at home, in private. We should be gracious with those we live with. How are you dealing with the people that are around you currently? Are you nasty? Are you a bully? Are you trying to now, every time somebody says something, you jumping on them? And, no, you can't say that. You can't say that. Oh, you so wrong. Are you sisterly? Are you brotherly? Are you right? Are people just want to be around you because you have a pleasant aura? Or does your aura stink? And do you find that sometimes people just consistently point things out and you go, but it ain't got nothing to do with you. You close yourself off to it because it's not, you don't want to grow. You just want to stay in that space, but ultimately they're the problem. They're the issue. They're the ones that's doing all this to you. Again, closing yourself off. Or if I have to go down that road, I might have to admit that I was wrong. And if I have to admit that I was wrong, then now my status must somehow be reduced, or I'm not going to be held like as a leader in this space if I have to now admit that I was wrong. Closing ourselves off to the possibilities, closing ourselves off to what's going on, right? So it's our good nature and pleasantries are not just a show of attention outside of our homestead gates, but should be the instinctive way that we engage with our family. I mean, it's not something that you're just doing because you're trying to gain something, because you just want, I know somebody's running game. When somebody's running game and you're just being kind because you just think that that's just the thing to do in that space, but you can see that inside you're throwing daggers at people, man. The more that you try to conceal, the more that ultimately one reveals who and what they are. So even if you come with a smile, right, and you shake a hand, they said, but a lot of things are done behind the behest of a smile. Shake a hand, still land. And when one is actually in the flow and not cutting themselves off, you start to feel what somebody is projecting from the inside, not just their handshake, not just their smile, which some people try to put on like a shirt. You cannot put it on like a shirt. You have to genuinely have that spirit flowing within you that says that I actually just give a dang about other people, which you'll see that we'll get to here in a moment. I feel like I'm going fast. If I'm going fast, man, you just let me know, because right now I feel like I'm in a flow. So just pull me back. All right, so it says your exhibition of good manners should be natural and uncomplicated. Favorable courtesy does not mean that you must be inorganic, arthritic, and sterile. So that doesn't mean that if something is going on that you disagree with, or something that goes on and you can say, well, you know what, hold on, I respectfully disagree with that. Or, I'm gonna offer some pushback here. Let me just see. That doesn't mean that you're just going through the motion. It doesn't mean that you're not authentic with who and what you are, but it just means that you also now can read of having discretion. Is that rhythmic timing. Discretion is that rhythmic timing of knowing what to say, but more importantly now, knowing when to say it. Right? Because that's that old saying, to whom much is given, much is required. Right? To whom much is given, much is always got to be the bigger person. Do I always got to be that? Are these things that you have worked out? Then ultimately, then you won't need to be so hyper defensive and close yourself off, but open yourselves up to having some compassion for others, right? So, and that's exactly, grow a sincere desire to treat others well. Consideration is a prime integrant in your medley of good character cultivation. Just give a dang about others. And when you start to give a dang about others, you start to get out of yourself and my own wants and my own needs. And this is what I want to do. And when we start to get into that, then that's when we start to feel anxiety. We start to feel depression because it's like, oh, we're on our own and not opening ourselves up to the law, not opening ourselves up to what is going on. Now, even if I'm going to put a pin in this and I'm going to come back because I feel like I need to go back over here. We're going to go back to Romans 8. 7 and 12. Let me take this down. So we're going to go back over here to Romans 8, and we're going to go to 7 and 12. Because the carnal mind is enmity against Yah, for it's not subject to the law of God, Yah, neither indeed can be, right? And if we go even and take a look at conduct in the Anu way, and in conduct, it starts to even say how if one should need not ask what they should and should not do. So let me pull that up real quick. I don't have it on. Okay, this whole thing just went blank. Screw it. All right, but it says, hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna pull this back up. We're doing this live, so give me 59 seconds. Enjoy this commercial break. Conduct. Here we go. All right, so in the conduct section, it says, what you are reading in this text, you have read in all of the Anu text, along with the images and sounds produced by the Anu. So even when you hear the music, when you hear, and when we was on here the last time, Chief was like, I wrote this whole song for a certain member in Anu, right? But when you start to hear it and you start to listen, and then you have to allow it to flow within you to say that, okay, yes, this is speaking to me, that ultimately it's going to allow me, once I let it in, it's going to transform me. It's going to change me, but it's going to change me to the better, not something that I'm going to block off and not allow in. And it's not something that then when you start to allow, it says you need not ask for a reckoned list of what you are permitted to do and what you are not. You don't have to keep asking what is about this and what about that and what about that. You don't have to ask that, because now it's almost it becomes a thing of being honorable, and that thing of being honorable, which is different than being honest. And when one is honorable, they won't do or say something because they just know it's not the right thing to do, as opposed to one who is being honest. And when one is being honest, then one can just say, you know what? I'm gonna just out myself. Let me just tell you what happened. I'm gonna just, I'm gonna just come clean and let me tell you, yeah, I messed it up, but I'm just getting right. The Lord knows my heart. That's what, things people say like that. There was actually in the book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, which one can look at that book and say, well, it could actually say how to win friends and manipulate people. And in the book, he starts to even point out that he was walking his dog through this park, and there was somebody who told him that the dog could not be off the leash. And he was like, oh, okay, well, you know what? I'll put him back on the leash. My apologies. I won't let it happen again. The very next day, he says he's walking through the park and his dog is off the leash, and the same person sees him and starts walking towards him. And before he can even get a word out, says, you know what? Just fall on your sword. And when you fall on your sword, you admit guilt, and you kind of take the wind out of somebody's sail. So they can't really come at you. They can't really attack you. So if they can't come at you and attack you, because now you're just being honest, even though you knew you shouldn't have done it. You know you ain't got no business doing what you're doing, because you've already been told. But because you close yourself off to it, then I'm just going to do it. But now I'm going to try to find a slick way to get around what I should be doing. I know that's not anybody. I know what they say. I'm talking to somebody today. Yeah. You try to find a slick way to get done what you want to get done, because ultimately you close yourself off. You don't need to ask these certain things when you allow that flow to come in, and you say, you know what? You start to think, and it goes back to even, you just give a dang about others, man. Matter of fact, let me go back to it. So let me close off of this, and then let's go back to When you grow a sincere desire to treat others well, this goes back to the manners now. Consideration is prime integrant in your medley of good character cultivation. What type of situation or position do you put somebody else in who now has to come and confront you, who now has to come and speak to you because you don't want to do what you're supposed to do? Because now you say, oh, it says right here, yeah, one doesn't lean on smoking and alcohol. But now somebody sees you smoking and drinking. So now somebody has to come up to you and speak to you. What type of position do you think people want to come and confront you? Do you think people want to take time out of their day to come down, and how all of a sudden you get all defensive and I know, well, these are my coping mechanisms and my strategies. You don't know what I've been through, and man, I'm barely just holding on. When you have a sincere desire to treat others well, then your character starts, character cultivation becomes in mind, because now you start to take others in mind in the situations and positions that you're going to put them in. Are you thinking about that, or are you closing yourselves off and only thinking about your own situation? Which, when you think about your own situation, then that's when one starts to feel anxiety, because now you're starting to try to hide something that maybe you think others don't see. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. No, the more that you begin to try to conceal, the more that you ultimately reveal. And you're going to reveal it to those who are really in the flow and flowing with spirit. You cannot hide that. No matter how much you try to smile, no matter how much you try to slick talk, no matter how much you try to do your own little dance, when everybody else is doing the Macarena, you want to come over here, or maybe the electric slide, that's a better one. All right, and you come over here waltzing in the middle of things. And then people try to say, well, you know, it takes two to tango. No, one person can go through the whole group and start to screw up the whole rhythm and the flow of everybody else because you want to dance to the beat of your own drum. Now somebody has to come back and say something to you. Are you going to go with the flow of good character cultivation and a community that's going to cultivate that righteousness and walking in the spirit? Or are you only going to walk with the flesh, do your own thing? You don't got to worry about that. YOLO, you only live once. Those are certain things that we looked at the last time that we was on here, certain things that start to now shape one's own outlook on life when they start to look at how they want to interact with other people. Are you looking at it right? So we're going to go on. It is the respect that you seek to normalize in interacting with others. Now, I want to take a look at this word respect because that has been defined 15 million times by Chief. So I'm just going to reiterate it so we're all on the same page. Re or raw is to go back, like rewind, reverse. You'll see that just means to go back. Spect is to see. So when we talk about respect, it is to see the source. To see the source. Do you have the source within you? Because when the source is within, you can start to see the source within others. If you don't have it in you, then it's going to be hard for you to recognize it in others. But it is the respect that you seek to normalize. It is the source that you seek to normalize within you and interacting with others. Then that's when you have a genuine concern for not only yourself, but others. Of the great job that one has in front of them to cultivate healthy and meaningful relationships. That will always be the consistent tautness of manners. As cultures develop their own ways of doing things, the tides of etiquette from environment to environment will diverge. The caliber of respect will always carry you through any environment. Seek to lose yourself and be absorbed into what the context dictates as being honorable and considerate. Your practice of manners is not to develop a sense of superiority over others, but rather serve others with greater humility. I should have put this all on one slide, but I'm going to go back because I feel like we got to do that again. It is the respect that you seek to normalize, right? If you go, it doesn't matter what community that you go into. It doesn't matter what religion that you find yourself being surrounded by, When you have that spirit, you can flow in any community because it is the respect that you will have. I don't care if you don't even speak the same language as everybody else. When you actually give a dang about other people, when you actually have respect about other people, you don't go in trying to colonize them. You don't go in trying to tell them what they should and should not do, because you have that spirit that's within you that says, you know what? Let me just be in the flow and actually just connect. I understand. Try to get an understanding as a step, understanding of what somebody is saying, as opposed to just trying to understand to respond. Well, I'm gonna say this. Well, I'm gonna say this. Well, I'm gonna say this, and then you start to even get a sense of how they gesticulate. Which, even if we don't speak the same language, I understand what you're saying because I'm reading your body language, and your body language is telling me something of being in the flow. Not just shutting the flow off because it's about me and I'm looking to be offended and I'm looking for somebody to say something. That's not it. Or, you shouldn't, who you to try to correct me, than somebody trying to point out to me the doctrine and saying, well, this is what it says right here. Well, you shouldn't be correcting me. You shouldn't be telling me this. Nah, brother, you out of the flow. You not in the flow. You not in the pocket. Now I'm going to show you what it says to get into the flow, but do you have the respect to see the source? Because I'm not seeing the source in what you're saying right now. Just went off on it, but y'all get what I'm. And interacting with others that will always be consistent. So even if we go back, etiquette from the environment to environment will diverge. Everything's going to start, coming together. The caliber of respect will always carry you through any environment. Are you nasty? Do you feel like if somebody says something to you, then I'm going to just go off? They know not to try me because I'm just going to say something. I'm from the kingdom, but I'm from the south side of the kingdom. You saying silly, stupid things like that? Because it is the respect, the caliber of respect will always carry you through any environment. Do you have love for the wisdom that you're going to allow to flow within you? And that's going to ultimately change one, transform one, have one grow. But sometimes when one has to grow, it comes with growing pain. It is a pain to push through your old self and your old habits and your old coping mechanism that kept one stuck, that kept one not being able to go beyond where they're at and wondering why, I only have the experience of being in front of a laptop or a computer, because it now becomes a customizable experience where I don't have to deal with anybody who might tell me about my funky, nasty, stinking character. I don't have to deal with that. So now the algorithm will just send me everything it is that I want to know, or everything there is that I need to see, because ultimately it'll be delightful to my flesh, but not really speaking to my spirit that's calling me, wanting me to go beyond the position and situation that I'm in. But I'm going to block that off because I'm going to close it off because I don't want to grow, despite what one might try to profess of saying of how much they want to go beyond, how much they want to do these other things, but not being in the flow of it. So it is as being honorable and considerate, your practice of manners is not to develop a sense of superiority. That doesn't mean that I'm better than you and I'm this and I'm that, that haughtiness or that pride. And that pride, which as we've learned is, you have no more to teach me. You can't tell me anything more about this subject. I know everything there is to know about this. I don't care what you try to say. I don't care what you try to do. This is it. I'm cutting myself off to it, right? That is not one having superiority, but actually humility. Humility is just, and when one has humility, they actually grab the essence of the moment because they get low. Even from a 5-year-old to a 75-year-old, I'm gonna have humility and gain understanding of what is trying to be communicated to me in this moment, because now I'm in the flow of this moment and not just closing myself off to me trying to fashion what I think it should be. And that goes back to, now I'm gonna jump back over here to conduct, because I think even in conduct, I think it's significant that it says, let me take this down. See, I don't gotta look at this again. It says we must never kill one another. It is important that we encourage the furtherance of life among our new people. Are you killing somebody right now, oh, I ain't physically killing them. Can you kill somebody's mental ability to ultimately grow? Because you feel like, oh, you stupid. Are you saying certain things? Oh, you ain't never right. Are you doing this? Are you being brotherly? And that doesn't mean that you be fake with somebody and say, oh, well, you're wrong, but I'm gonna just let them go. But are you secretly inside throwing those daggers? Are you secretly, when somebody gets betrothed and you turn your whole head up, what's in you? What's in you? Nasty, nasty. Cutting yourself off in clothes as if people can't see you. Nasty. Man, and it even goes on. I'm going to skip. Beauty detects beauty as like detects like. When we look at beauty or beautiful or beauty filled, what's in you? Not just on you, not just lipstick that you can put on that you become pretty, not because you can get your beard trimmed up or you put on a nice shirt that's pretty. Beauty filled. That's a quick thing that Chief did on that. It's the uncovering, man. Beauty is uncovered and then understood. That when now you start living a life of purpose, you start to allow the spirit, only thing you're pursuing is spirit. And that doesn't mean that you're so heavenly minded that you're no earthly good, because I think that's important too as well. That's also in Luke 14 something, or it might be Timothy. But it was just talking about the Sabbath. That's what making me think of that. It was talking about the Sabbath and saying how you should just not do anything on the Sabbath, like zero. And actually, that's one of the persons. Well, why are we out here teaching and things during the Sabbath? Shouldn't you do it all? And it starts as, well, if your ox or your mule fall into a ditch or something of that matter, are you not going to pull it out? Right? And there's healing that's going on, but you're trying to say that not do the healing. Like, I'm not going to get so, but ultimately what I'm trying to say is convey, once so heavenly minded, they're no earthly good as well. No. That doesn't mean that you now again have humility and going in the moment. And the moment says that, if there's in distress, this mule falls in, you're not going to pull it out. But it's that beauty that detects beauty as like detects like. So it's a matter of what is in you that's going to start to attract you. It's that seductive pull that one has towards one another. What's in you is what's in me. So that's why it's like sometimes if somebody is teaching, like Chief up there teaching the storm, it starts to because those who are headed in that direction, or those who have that beauty field, start to that pull. Come on. And then when something closes it off, I'm only here to debate. I'm only here to go in on, nah, man, you can't say that. Nah, man, you can't say that. This is because it has to be like this, or it has to be like that. Nah, man, this ain't the way it is. Okay. You're closing yourselves off. No, that's not what it is. Instead of being open and flowing with spirit. And when and I'm going back to conduct now. I should have put these on here so you can look at it. But it even goes on to say, we witness the expanding consciousness of Yah in one another. What great curse would befall someone who would choose to encumber the wisdom of Yah? Are you flowing and pursuing nothing but the flesh? Or are you flowing and pursuing spirit? These are the things that are going to call you and cause you to go beyond. Or certain things that will call you and cause you to stay stuck and stagnant in your position of where you are at. And wondering why you're not making no true, genuine connections with others, because you haven't made a true, genuine connection with yourself and the Elohim. You have a wonderful opportunity, man, on a day in and day out basis, from everything that goes on here in our new, to pursue and to get into the flow. Are you getting out of the flow by making excuses of why you can't come to a study session? Are you making excuses of why you can't show up on a Thursday night when Achi Zach is breaking down? Are you making excuses of why you can't show up on a Friday when in the communal section where everybody is flowing in spirit? Are you making excuses of why you can't do certain things and closing yourselves off? Or are you going to open yourselves up and say, I am here to pursue spirit by any means necessary, and allow that flow of that Ruach HaKodesh to flow within me, to come into me and to change me and to fill me and to make me anew. I had more, but I'm going to stop right there because I'm getting a little carried away. So I'm going to look at some of these comments. If anybody, I thought this thing, if you want to join or if you have anything to say, man, you can jump on here and flow. Yeah, and we can go like that. So Master Menelec says we'll pull Fight Club out of his pocket. Hey, you already know what it is. Oh, man. There you go. Reminded me, I'll add it to my list. I don't know, no shirt and shorts sagging. Oh, yeah, that was me. He was Magic Mike. Yo, moving in the pursuing flesh. I was pursuing, I knew women were there. I knew, that I was just I knew I've been working out. I knew I've been hitting these push-ups and sit-ups. And I walked out pursuing nothing but flesh, of trying to look like a flamingo when I walked out of there. And then throwing off the whole flow of the group. Throwing off the whole vibe of the group. Only pursuing what I wanted to pursue. Closing myself off to actually making true, genuine connections with the group. You have to ask yourself, are these things, and those are things that ultimately when somebody points out to you, do you become hyper defensive? Because I did. That was something that I was like, oh, well, hold on now. I just walked out there because it was hot. We in the middle, it was 90-something degrees. Like, what you trying to say? Trying to be slick. Cut the BS. All right, there's only so much time, so much slickness is going to pull you through until you're going to have to actually submit and say, you know what? And submit just means, I know some of you get so pissed because you hear that word. It just means to come under the plan. That's it. Come under the plan, and then you can start to flow, and then you have a wonderful experience and move and groove with people that you actually make genuine connections with. And it's not about you, but it's about actually just giving a dang about other people. That's it. That's it. Just giving a dang about other people. And then you start to flow like that. But when you only are thinking about yourself, I'm gonna take my shirt off while I walk out here. I'm gonna do this on my own. Somebody can't try to correct me in front of other people, because then all of a sudden it'll start to now maybe mess up my status. So I'm the man of this house. And when they point out to you, well, hold on, brother, it doesn't say that in this new doctrine. Where are you getting this from? Well, you're not the one that's supposed to be telling me nothing. You can't sit up here and try to correct me. You ain't supposed to be, because I'm the man. And I'm going to still hide behind what the doctrine says. But at the same time, I'm not abiding by or actually flowing with it, because I've closed myself off to it, because the only thing that I want to do is what I want to do. And hopefully it has a favorable outcome for me and my flesh. What are you pursuing? I'm lit right now. I don't know why, but what are you pursuing? Are you pursuing flesh? Or are you pursuing spirit? Or flesh tells me, I don't have it. Or flesh tells me that I'm actually scrambling around and I need to get this and I need to get this. Having an orphan's mentality. You have an orphan's mentality, matter of fact, because you haven't submitted yourself to the Father. And what does the Father tell you? For ye have not received the spirit of bondage again to fear, but ye have received the spirit of adoption, whereby we cry, Abba. Abba just means Father. Father. You're not an orphan. Nobody has left you. You're not doing this on your own unless you are only pursuing spirit. Flesh. If you are pursuing flesh, then yes, you're going to feel like an orphan. This is when people start to feel anxiety. This is when people start to feel depressed. This is when they start to feel disconnected, because they have now disconnected themselves from the Father. Are you only pursuing what you want to pursue because it feels comfortable for you? Or growth is going to cause you to be uncomfortable. We say these things all the time, but do we really mean it? You have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. Are you comfortable with being uncomfortable? It is uncomfortable, yeah, if you don't study and somebody points it out to you. It might be uncomfortable for you, but guess what? Are you going to dig in and pursue spirit like you pursue that bag of weed, like you pursue that black and mild, like you pursue that hit of liquor, like you pursue that tail of that vagina? Are you going to pursue spirit the same way you pursue these things? Do something to make me feel good. I just want to feel good. Are you pursuing these things the same way you're pursuing the spirit? And if not, then now it becomes a problem. Where now you're going to have to, somebody's going to point it out to you, and now all of a sudden, are you going to accept it? And is it your opportunity to grow? Or are you going to stick with the same old ideology that you've been going because you feel comfortable and closing yourself off from the flow? That choice is yours. But again, we receive the spirit of adoption, whereby we cry, Abba, Father. That even goes back to the movie we watched. I think it was Green Pastures, when he was like, who is this person? Like, I told you, I'm done with y'all, man. And this person's crying, who keeps calling my name? All right, this world, this flesh, this thing doesn't, there's so many people pursuing this. The only thing that I want to pursue is you. That's the only thing that I want to pursue, man. You hear my cry out, Father, help. I don't got it figured out, man. I don't have it all together. I don't have this and I don't have that, but I know you do. And I want to be in the flow. I don't want to close myself off to the experience that I have to cultivate and build a healthy relationship, not only with others, but more importantly with you. So I see, 1 second. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see if I see you in it. There we go. Took me a while to figure that out. Yeah. Peace, Emma. You care?
Peace. I had to jump in really quickly to just acknowledge that between your slides and the graphics on the slides and the energy you're bringing, it's like you're just bringing fire right now. And it is really, really appropriate and necessary, right? I want to thank you for what you're building on. As I listen to you talk about the flow and all of the ways that we become an impediment to being in the flow or remaining in the flow, particularly when it comes to change or growth or evolution. Even in the scriptural reference that you had up, the idea of bondage versus adoption, right? Versus taking on something new. So it's like if I'm bound to that idea that I'm going to come into a space, and because perhaps I don't speak the language or I don't understand the culture, I'm not able to connect. And so I take that standoffish approach, or I choose to not become a part of. It's often it really just affects my ability. If that's the position and I'm choosing, it affects my ability to be in the flow and to receive the gifts or the blessings that movement is making. And so even the idea of Anu being a movement, and there are so many who come in, and one of the things that we touch on in the Anu, or that Chief Yuya touches on in the Anu way, is that, when you come into this space, you're going to be verified, right? You're not coming in saying, here's my resume. Like I think of those memes where it's like, when you said you knew how to do this job and then you get it, but it's clear you don't know what you're doing. So it's like, you think you can come into a space like Anu or other spaces and say, well, this is my resume and I can fake it in this space. And what winds up happening is you don't come in with the will to go with the flow. You come in bonded or bound or shackled to what you think you are, which is often what we're told, right? Well, I was told that I did this well, and I was told that I do that well, or I was given this title, even though part of me knew, no, that's not really it. I might fake it well, but that's not actually what I do well. So that idea of being bound to something as opposed to adopting, right? As opposed to, I'm coming into this space. What is in this space that I can emulate? What in this space is going to be scraped from me? What is going to be snatched out of my hands that I'm like locked into, that really is only causing me discomfort and dis-ease and imbalance? And then when it is taken away, or when you do yield, right? When you do yield to allow that thing to be removed from you, to choose to no longer be bound or bonded to that thing, what can you adopt? What can you take on? What better attributes can I personify? I can go on and on. This was really good. I just wanted to jump in. I think you can see I still have my purse on. I was like running into or should I say preparing to not run out, because I was about to run out. I said, let me come on and join you really quickly, because you bringing some cool stuff.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah. And one of the things, even when you were just speaking, it made me think of when people come into different spaces, is like, do you respect the space? And there was a question, I was conversing with my brother one time, and they was like, if you're on the fire department and you're running a call and you were called into a mosque and there's somebody in there, do you take your shoes off? Or do you just walk in there because you're at work? And do you have respect for what is going on at that particular place? And a lot of times, and when Emma Yakir was just building on that, it made me start to think of how many times do we just walk into space because, you know what, I ain't taking my shoes off. I'm at work. Are you want help or not? Right? Like, are you being respectful and mindful and considerate of others in that space when you come in there? Or are you just gonna do like, I'm gonna take my shirt off because that's just what I does, baby. That's what I do. Are you being considerate and understanding the law and the culture that you're walking into? Or are you actually going to take a look and say, you know what? Let me take my shoes off so I can better serve this community that I'm going into. Because I already know that it's hard to have a conversation when I'm just gonna walk through something and say, hey, I'm gonna do what I feel like doing. I don't have to do what you're telling me to do. And then closing myself off to what is going on in the experience of actually creating and making a genuine connection, of actually creating and making a genuine connection to my Elohim. I'm closing myself off to all of that because now I'm just having a feeling of superiority. I'm better than you. I'm over you. I don't have to do any of this. And actually what you're doing is so carnal and beneath me that I'm going to show you the better way to do it. But then at the end of the day, you're wondering why I feel so heavy, dog. I just feel like I just don't know, man. Things ain't working out in my favor. I'm doing the same thing that this other person is doing, and I'm not getting the same result. What is the problem? But not understanding that there's an internal war going on inside of you. So if there's an internal war going on inside of you, how can the spirit reside inside of you when you haven't figured out what you have going on inside of you that's not going to allow somebody to come into your house? If you go to visit somebody's house and you go over and you start to knock on the door and all of a sudden you just hear things crashing and somebody jumping off the top ceiling and you hear glasses being broken and all of these different things going on, would you still want to go inside, or would you just go on to the next house? You would most likely move on to the next one because I don't want this energy. I don't need this type of stuff going on. I'm going to move on. Spirit is no different. When you have an internal war going on inside of you and you feel like I don't have to submit to anything, I'm doing anything, and you have chandeliers falling, you have couches being flipped, you have tables breaking, and spirit is like, I am moving on. But yet you put it on like a shirt, though. I'm doing the same thing that they're doing right here. I read the same book. I read the same scripture. I'm doing all of this, but yet and still I'm not getting the same results. That's because you have an internal war going on inside of you, and you have closed yourself off so spirit cannot invite itself in. It does not have a space or a place in there until you finally get yourself together. And that means that you have to pursue spirit the same way that you have pursued your fleshly wants and your fleshly quote unquote that you think you need. Because somebody has now put you in motion, but you have not discovered your true motivation behind what it is that you do. I'm sorry, Emma, you care. Let me pull you back in here.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I wasn't abandoning ship. I hit the wrong button. But as you're talking about pursuing spirit, it's interesting. I cannot see the chat, but I know when I somehow I kicked myself out, I saw that there were some questions, and I'm not sure. I think you maybe. Do you want to go to the chat? I think there might be some stuff in there. Right, I can't see it, but I think there might be some stuff in there.
I'm sorry. And who joined this? Before I start reading the chat.
Yeah, I can't see who it is. There's no image or name.
God.
Father?
Greetings, peace. Can you all hear me? Oh my goodness.
Sister Maria.
It is Sister Maria.
It's like, Father, is that you?
I'm a ninja today. Okay. Never mind. I interrupted you, so I'm sorry, but I wanted to just say something so you all know who it was and that, I can hear you.
Yeah, so I can't see the chat properly, but it looks like there was some I'm sorry, now my phone is ringing. There's some discussion about. There looks like there's a lot of discussion in the chat, so I just wanted to bring that up. But I'll carry forward with what you were saying, Achi Zach, while you kind of look through. When you were talking about pursuing spirit, and Sister Maria, jump in whenever you like. When you were talking about pursuing spirit, I was listening and I'm thinking, I wonder, what does that look like, right? Like, what does that look like for any of us to say, okay, well, we're not pursuing that flesh, right? We're not pursuing what we can have with that somatic experience, but rather we should be pursuing, the spirit. And I thought one of the concrete examples was something that, to me, it was the entire theme of the movie we watched yesterday, Astral. Now I'm going to forget the name. I didn't put it in the chat.
Astral City.
Astral City. I'm like, not Astral Travel. That was what was happening. Astral City. And that idea of, say it again.
No, I said maybe that would be a good alternative name.
But that was not the name. But just that idea of the wanting being it, right? I want to come into this space and do or be a thing, or do or be perceived as what I want, right? I'm carrying this nameplate, if you will. It's kind of like back in the day, you have nameplate necklaces and rings, and it's kind of like, yeah, call me this thing. But what you may not recognize is that if this space is maintained as a sacred space, then those in it are not going to see you with their physical eyes, right? They're seeing the spirit that you're coming with. And I know you used an example of like, if someone is betrothed, then you're turned off and you immediately have this negative visceral reaction. Right. That's what's going to be seen. Even if the next thing is a smile and a congratulatory hug or an acknowledgement of how wonderful this thing is, what's going to be seen is truly what you're walking with. So I wanted to just for those that may say, well, what does he mean? Like, pursue the spirit? It's really pursuing the best parts of yourself by seeking a deeper relationship with the Creator. Not expecting for there to be, or really maybe expecting for you to be changed, and for the attributes that you may think are your best attribute. Well, I've always been really smart, and this is the way that I've been rewarded or acknowledged, or I've always been told I speak really well. And then you come into this space and it's like, oh, dang, I don't speak that well at all. I don't even know half the words in 14 keys. How many? It's like, it's marked up with all the definitions. And then you realize, oh, wait, there's so much more. But because I haven't been going with the flow, I've been crystallized in this one thing, in this one time that this one person told me I did this thing really well, that I didn't realize that I'm a reflection of the Most High. And there are a myriad of things that I could do really well if given the opportunity and if I yield to it. So I'm going to mute out there.
All right, cool. So I see, so let me take this banner down, then I can put the question up. Here we go. Oh, I see names now. That probably was preventing me. All right.
Okay. You know, to add, I will that I'm coming across clear. Am I?
Yes.
Yes, like to add to what you both were saying, you know, it's important if you're coming to that space and approaching it from spirit, you can't go with the intention and the plan to do, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, and this is what I'm gonna do, because your plan may be railroaded, right? Like, and so I think that's a key component when we talk about that, like coming and approaching it from that spiritual perspective or with spirit, as opposed to just flesh, because there are times when you're gonna be asked to do nothing, right? Or there are times when you're going to actually have to push past some of those like emotional responses that we have when maybe things don't go our way, or things doesn't, we get flustered. And it's really important to even lean on the fact that the Most High will fill your lips with words and share with you what you need to share in the moment, because sometimes we do overspeak, right? Sometimes we do overshare and we don't even realize it. We just, you know, we feel like, okay, we're here, so let's just, let's get started. But I also think that there's another side. The other side is, sometimes when we come that way, we are not giving to the space what it needs, right? So there's a lack of reciprocity. We think we're giving and we think we're adding to the space, but there is no reciprocity. Or we come to just receive, right? So yeah, we're on the spirit thing, but it's more of, it's a one-way flow, and so all that energy must just be flowing to me because I'm here to soak it up. But there's no reciprocity. So you could see, yeah, I'm getting, but at no point would you pause and give. And that doesn't work. It works as a blocked artery, right? And what happens with blocked arteries and blocked blood vessels? Those limbs start, yeah. Anyway.
I thought you said archery. You said artery, right?
Artery, yes.
Arteries. Okay, Achi Zach.
You say, leave her alone. We know what you mean.
Yeah, but that made me. So there was a time when I went to an elementary school, and I was like, I'm going in, and I'm going to say this, right? And it was something that did not land whatsoever. But it wasn't about them. It was about what I wanted to say, and me totally missing the mark, because now I'm missing the flow of what actually needed to flow through me at that particular time. And it's just a matter of now when I'm listening to you, Coach Maria, even when people come into our new, or they stay outside, they're an online student and only wanting just to take, but not wanting to show any reciprocity of having that now exchange of building in a community that says, I'm going to not only receive, but I want to actually give and put something back as well to make a meaningful relationship. But if I have to actually put something back, then what might come to the table is how much I've actually studied, how much I'm actually pursuing the things that I should be pursuing, as opposed to, do I know the words and scripture, or do I know what's in our new way? Have I read the 14 keys? Can I start to now quote some of that? Or is it the only thing that I'm quoting is Beyonce? Or is it the only thing that I'm quoting is what comes on the radio? These are different spirits that ultimately one going to pursue. And it's a matter of what now starts to take a hold of you, that you're now, when you're put into certain situations, you're going to see that through the lens of whatever it is that you have filled your mind up with, or your brain, excuse me. So what's in your brain, this is why I say what's in you will come out of you. And you only can start to see what comes out of somebody typically when they're put in hot water. And when you get put in hot water, it's like that certain instance where your body will just physically react to whatever it is that you're feeling inside in that specific situation. So that will cause somebody, when something is unfavorable, for them to sit back and be like, ugh. I mean, but yeah, man, congratulations. No, that's not what's in you.
Right.
That's not what you have been pursuing this entire time, even though you might be able to recite certain things. But it's just a matter of when somebody is put in that situation, are you willing to go with that flow? And it was a matter of, even when we was on here last strong, it was, and you heard Chief keep saying, I'm gonna pull that demon out of you. And that demon that says, you know what? Nothing. I'm just listening. Now you just listening, right? First you had a lot to say, and now you don't have anything to say. And I've heard this even throughout the whole, when you start listening to the old enlightenment and transformation, when people would call in and they'd be all this and then let me show you this spirit right here.
Right. With one question. It's like, right, everything shut down.
Now you ain't got nothing to say? Oh, no, I'm just listening. Oh, now you just listening though, right? Right. No, because now we start to see, well, there might be a Jezebel spirit acting in front of you. So now it's just like, oh, well, nah, you can't tell me anything. And I'm going to tell you this and I'm going to tell you that and then you go off. There's one segment on there where one person got it, got correction, got everything that they needed, then came back and then went to somebody else because they talked, well, my friend told me that as long as I wasn't having sex with this person, then it was okay to be in a relationship with this person. My other friend told me that it was, so then it was like, well, hold on. What you're asking me to do is shine a brighter light than what was shined already that was given to you. You got off the phone, you got your direction, you got clear direction, you were feeling good about it. Now all of a sudden you allowed other spirits to start to come in. And when you allow other spirits to come in, you may not have built up your tolerance or resistance yet to understand that what somebody else is saying is stupid. So just like a child, you have to protect the child's mind. You don't let anything in your child's mind because they don't have the reasoning faculties or the debating skill to even understand what is being put in front of them. So when somebody from worldly view starts spouting out anything, now as an adult, our ego gets involved and says, oh, well, now if you lay all of these decisions at my feet, I'm going to be able to pick the right one. You have to develop yourself first. And I'm saying that now that's the question of what are you pursuing? Are you pursuing the flesh that tells me, well, you know what? I just want to have a good time with my friends, so I'm going to allow that spirit in. Or I just want to have I've had a long day, so I'm just going to have a smoke. Because that's just what I do to decompress. And I'm going to go after that because that's what the flesh wants. That's not what the spirit wants. And so now it's the matter of what spirit are you pursuing? What spirit are you cultivating? And how are you going to move beyond? It's going to be a challenge for you to say that some of your old habits that you have clothed yourselves in for so long that you felt like you needed in order to protect yourself up until this point. So when one feels like, well, when you might have been abandoned. You might have been, somebody didn't respond to you the way that you felt that they should respond to you, or you found yourself in unfavorable situations. But the matter is now, in order for me to move to a different level, I have to now take this off. Not literally your shirt.
Not that.
Not literally your shirt.
Not on the campsite. Not at the retreat.
Take the habits that you have clothed yourself on, in, that ultimately you think that has protected you from the elements outside, anything that is external. So, I got this jacket on because it's cold. But now that you start to move yourselves up and you get closer to the source, you get closer to the light, you get closer to the sun, you're like, woo, it's hot. Well, you got that starter jacket on, or, that triple fat goose. Maybe you should come out of that joint. Because now all of a sudden you start to see you don't need that. But it's a matter of, well, because if I take this off, then I might expose myself. I might show you who I really am. And, when I actually show myself, I typically run people off because you might have a nasty spirit or you might just have, whatever the case may be. But when you are in pursuit of something, then it's like, no, let me show you. This is the way we do things over here, which is now we talk about culture. Cultivating one's mind of saying, this is what it is. This is how we do. So now you can start to move and groove in the culture. And it's not just like, oh, yeah, it's going to be boring and all of that. No, you have a good time. But you go outside of this gate, though, just understand the jackals are waiting for you. That reminds me of what Yah told Cain and Abel, that it's sitting at the door. Evil is sitting right there waiting on you. So don't think that you're gonna, oh, you know what, let your ego get the best of you and feel like I can just start to do anything I want to do. I can go anywhere I want to go, and none of this is going to affect me. None of this is going to catch me. That is not true. That is not the case. All right. You have certain people, you start to even see some of the readings that were suggested. You have people warring for your brain. I want your thoughts. Once I have your thoughts, then I got your body. I don't have to worry about anything else. Are you going to take a stand and say, you know what? It's time to reclaim who and what I am. Reclaim my heritage, reclaim my culture, and reclaim my identity. But either you're going to find that identity in the outside world that ultimately is going to keep you in problematic situations, or you're going to find that identity within, you're going to say, Abba, you're going to say, Father, you are being sponsored. You have been adopted by the Most High. And it's a matter of, are you going to pursue that with everything you have, or are you still going to pursue some of your worldly flesh wants that you feel like, no, I got to have this. I just got to have a drink, you know, because I got to sip something every now. I got to have a smoke because that's just what I do. You know, I got to have sex every day because that's what I got to jack off every day, or whatever it is that you do. I got to do this every day because I just want to feel good because it's good to my flesh, as opposed to what is Spirit calling me to do and being present in this moment.
Right.
And I see, well, that kind of answers your question too. So when you say pursuing Spirit is like the Holy Spirit, like what type of spirit? Yeah. I mean, you can have a lot of it. When you put music on, there's certain spirit that is attached to that's going to get you into a certain space in your own head. So if one starts to listen to nothing but let me
Trap
see that
music.
booty part.
Right.
Yeah, right.
I wasn't gonna, right. Just general trap music.
Right. You gonna be just that, trapped.
Right.
That is how you get possessed, is when, and especially that's why they call it a hook. I'm going to hook you in and pull you in so that therefore you start moving in the way that this song tells you. And then that goes back to an old thing that's in a Jay-Z song that is, I used to rap like common sense till it didn't make any common sense. So like, I don't make money by talking about stuff that actually be uplifting. I'm going to talk about money, hoes, and clothes. Like that's what Biggie said. All the brother knows. That's all I'm gonna talk about, which puts a lot of people on that path or pursuing, or this is what is actually going to have me some notoriety and popularity in a community, as opposed to pursuing spirit. And we saw this be Astral City, where you see people pursuing things of worldly wants and worldly possessions, but then they tell you, you missed the mark. You committed suicide. You literally committed suicide because you killed yourself in the time that you had, that you could have been pursuing bigger and greater things. But now he had to fall down in order to work his way back up to different levels, when you have the opportunity to say, okay, either you might be beyond this level when you get here, or you're going to have to fall down here. You're going to have to go through the hell and scunion before you can work your way up to level. You have an opportunity right now to pursue worldly possessions, or you can pursue spirit, but the choice is yours.
Yeah. Would you, as I was listening to you talk about, you know, our habits and the choices that we make, and as you acknowledge, like, we're taught thoughts are things, and our thoughts, right, create spirits and everything that we're describing. And so the first step, it sounds like the first step would be being able to reconcile what type of spirit is present in a moment, right? With ourselves, right? Not even focusing on anyone else, but if, like, leaning on the movie and leaning on that idea of, I'm a doctor, right? So one of the themes was, I was a doctor in the physical realm. So now I'm a doctor here, right? I am a doctor. Give me my title back. Give me my, the status that affords me. I get to skip to the front of the line and gimme. And so recognizing that spirit, that's the spirit, that gimme, selfish, wanting is a spirit, and it'll show up in many different ways, and recognizing how that is not in alignment with your connection or your walk with the creator. So just, as a practical tool, I'm wondering if you think that that would be one approach that someone could employ if they're trying to understand what that going with the flow is, and how they move from, yeah, like you said, I need to decompress by smoking a cigarette, or I feel stressed, so let me smoke a cigarette, and recognizing that you're seeking for something, but it's really not the cigarette, right? There's something else happening. And really, those somatic things that we lean on, they're bypass, right? So they kind of help us skip around, help us in the wrong way. They facilitate us skipping over that connection with the creator. That's what they do. So they become the crutches that we then limp over that connection to source, that time that we should be taking to dig into a particular scripture, or just sit with ourselves and kind of say, what's happening right now? And if we use the desire for, whether it's masturbation or smoking a cigarette or whatever, it could even be acting out, in a moment, being reactive all the time. And instead just say, maybe that's the trigger when I feel that, to just be quiet, as Akoti Maria said, to sit still and quiet and recite the one scripture I may know by heart. What if I don't smoke the cigarette? What if I don't eat the sweet in that moment? What happens? Like, do we ever do that sort of research on ourselves so that we can recognize that we actually have what we need, if we're obedient to be well and to get better? And then you realize, oh wait, the cigarette actually, as she put in the chat, it prematurely ages me, it yellows my teeth, it ruins my respiratory system. It puts a huge dent, depending on where you live in the country, a huge dent in my budget even. What if I employed a different tool? Right? Like, would you say that would be a way of pursuing? Oh, go ahead, Akoti Marasi. Pursuing spirit, or pursuing that Ruach HaKodesh.
Well, Achi Zach said something earlier, and I think it directly connects to this as well. Like, there's humility that has to be involved. Like, maybe you don't know, maybe we don't know in the moment what it is that we have to do. Maybe we don't have an answer, and maybe we don't have the scripture that will work. And so maybe in the moment when we are like, we want to put something in our mouths, or we want to sit down and gorge ourselves on, three strongs of a show in one night, or whatever it is we decide to do, because we think that it gives us like a comfort. Maybe in that moment we ought to call on our creator, or the highest part of ourselves, and ask, what can I do? What should I do? How do I move, so that way I move away from, because sometimes, and I think that goes back to the humility piece, just understanding that, I may not know what to do in this moment. Am I still on?
Yes.
Okay. It's funny, I'm seeing two things, but I can't see the tiny print. So I'm like, well, I see two faces. Yeah. So I definitely think that's important. And I say that too, because what you mentioned earlier, you said a person may want to give to the space, right? They may want to act on reciprocity, but they won't, because they know if they sit down to do anything or say anything, the people will realize, or members will realize, or those who are in their space will realize that they didn't read or study and things like that. And I think I immediately thought of humility, because in reality, if we do want to offer reciprocity to space and offer balance in that way, we're willing to humble ourselves to give and allow that space for us to actually learn, learn the things that we didn't learn the first time. So
Mhm.
yeah, I do think humility is important if we're saying we're moving in spirit and we're talking about the spirit of the Most High.
And humility is going to tell you, well, I think I've heard Chief say this before, and if I'm not, please correct me. Humility is connected to that hummus or that earth aspect of getting low. And it's in a sense of, does one come into a community with and have humility in order to say, I don't understand or I don't know what's going on. And I'm going to lean on the community to not only, because I've been doing things in a way that ultimately has been problematic. So in order for me to move beyond this, I'm going to have to now lean on the community, because it's just in the sense of when people say that that one has a discerning spirit, right? It's a matter of, now, has one fasted from certain things to be able to understand that what they were doing was problematic? So if one has been drinking Kool-Aid and all they do is put a ton of sugar in it, and then somebody else might drink it and they'll say, man, there's way too much sugar in here. But then while somebody else is drinking, I'm like, man, there ain't enough sugar in here. What you mean? That just, oh yeah, that hits the spot. But it's not until one fasts from that, I'm going to detox myself from these certain habits that I have been doing, that one then can look at it, maybe come back 30 days later, 60 days later, or whatever the case may be, and say, oh yeah, that was entirely too much sugar. That was entirely too much, whatever it is I was doing, because now I have now recentered and refocused my body. So now that I have a greater discernment. Now, one can easily slip back into old habits when one gets off track and starts pursuing their own wants and pursuits again. Or one can say, I'm going to pursue spirit. I'm going to stay in alignment. And when in doubt, Chief has said this a million times, copy your teacher. I'm going to copy my teacher until you can get your sea legs up underneath you. Copy, see what's done right in front of you. A smart man will learn from his mistakes. A genius will learn from other people's mistakes. There's a lot of scars and war wounds that he has on him. I don't need to have those. I don't need to take those hits. I don't need to do that because he has already done it. But I'm just looking. I'm going to keep your eyes on the light. Keep your eyes on the source. And when you keep your eyes on the source, it's going to have you practicing humility, because you're always constantly gaining new information and new knowledge and saying, oh, okay, the more that I learn, the more that I see I didn't know anything at all. Not in a Western sense of the more I learn, the smarter I am, so the more that you should listen to me. Now that's when we start to go with that haughtiness, and that pride comes before the fall. Here it comes. I've always got something to learn. I've always got something to grow, and I'm always looking at who is beyond me and who is in front of me. What are you pursuing? Are you pursuing a sister or a brother that's further along the path that's in front of you and that you pattern your game after? You do it all the time in sports. People always talk about, oh, you got to have the Mamba mentality. That's one of the things that people like to say. You got to have that killer instinct. And now you pattern your game off to somebody else, because when somebody else has some certain type of success, then you feel as though if I wear this number, and this is how people start playing on people, if I wear these certain sneakers, if I wear these certain colors, then somehow I'm going to start to perform like this person. So guess what? If you start to look at certain scriptures, when you start to crack open 14 keys, the New Way, shrine and altar, when you start to pursue that and pattern your game and say, if I actually implement these things, and maybe now can have a renewed spirit, the same way that you do worldly things when somebody's trying to sell you something, as far as sneakers or shirts, or once you have this brand, a certain thing on you, then all of a sudden you can go into the Sky Bar and, kick back and relax, because this is what the upper echelon of people do. Are you pursuing that and wondering what these commercials and everybody's trying to sell you? Or are you pursuing spirit, and the spirit of the word that starts to tell you this is how you're going to grow and move beyond your situation? But it's a matter of now, how are you cultivating? What are you feeding it? What are you, on a day in and day out basis, what are you consuming? And if you're not willing to consume, and it's going to cause work. Everybody is at different levels, but it's a matter of, can you see the person in front of you and say, you know what, I'm gonna pattern my game after this person, so that therefore I can start to move myself beyond my current situation. Or I'm going to keep saying the same things and expecting a different result, which would be the definition of insanity. And what you start to see when you clean yourself up and you start to have a discerning spirit, you start to see the insanity that goes around you. Now, that goes back to the salvation model of saying that through a tumultuous downpour, you now keep yourself upright and exact, be now staying on top of the insanity by building your boat with the culture that you now. I'm totally paraphrasing that, but you get the idea. All right. So peace to the chief.
Hey, peace, everyone. Peace. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Peace,
Loud and
greetings.
clear. Greetings, peace. Yeah, man, this has been a great segment. Thank you for it. Absolutely. You know, one of the things that I was thinking about as you were speaking was the parable of the wheat and the tares. You know that Yahweh Shai shared with us, and essentially, there just comes a moment where your harvest matures, and you just have to separate the weeds from the good stuff. And sometimes that may just be a difficult decision, but as opposed to trying to turn a weed into usable food, not to say some weeds are good, but to turn a weed into usable food, sometimes you have to just recognize you're not supposed to be here. But when we started out, I couldn't separate you. I couldn't distinguish one seed from another. It's like raising children. You may not find out that your children need to be separated into 20, 30 years after having them, you know. But when they're all young and they're all together, they all look the same. They all look like sweet little babies. So you give them all the same food, you give them all the same liquids, you give them all the same education, and then you see, you know, who takes on to it, who latches on to what it is that you're giving. And when you realize, okay, this batch right here didn't come out correct. It's a little lopsided. You know what I mean? So we're gonna have to put them over there. I got to separate. These children over here. I got my Offset children. And then I got my Kendrick Lamar children. And so separate the wheat from the tares is important, and I think that also saves a servant of the Most High a lot of unnecessary work. With constantly trying to pour into individuals who not only don't want to be poured into, but don't have the capacity. You know, and if they don't have the capacity, we have different levels of council and congregation. Everyone is not supposed to be in the congregation of the Most High. Everyone is not qualified for that. It's like having a ship with different levels or having multiple heavens. You may not be able to ascend to the highest heaven because you just ain't built like that. And that's a part of the humility too. You may have to go to level one of the heavens where everything, all the crap from upstairs falls down. Like that's where the sewage lets out. But you here, but and I know you ain't really built like that. So I think that's an important aspect too, because it can become almost torturous to an individual when you're trying to pour and you're not, getting that feedback that's expected. But it can also be torturous when you're being poured into and within yourself you really can't do anything with what you're receiving. You can't even receive it. you know
And I think that even goes back to that's a tough pill to swallow for seeing other, like if as a man and you see other men running and your pride and your ego tells you I should be doing what they are doing. Like I want to be in the pack. But even though, they're so far beyond me though, I won't have no humility to say, you know what, I shouldn't be here right now because I'm wearing myself out. And because I'm wearing myself out, I'm actually slowing everybody else down.
Right.
But But I don't want to say that because now somehow I may not be looked at in high esteem or high regard as maybe I have been felt like I've been up to this point. So everybody is calling me certain names and they saying, holding me in certain esteem. And if I actually come out and say, you know what, y'all, I have no clue what you're talking about. I actually don't study really at all. I don't do any of it. I've actually been out of the flow for a while now. And I'm gonna out myself, which ultimately is a tough pill to swallow. Like, yeah, I got to start from ground zero. Now, I would think though that it would be liberating because now somebody doesn't have to posture and hold this position that they've been holding, which many people probably can see it already. But now it's like I got to keep doing this and putting this performance on, as opposed to me just saying, you know what? Whew, that was the burden that I can finally let go of, and let me go to level one. Let me start on level one. Yeah, I'm way up here. I thought I was up here, but let me go back down here so that I can start to move ahead. And I think that becomes very difficult for people, which now starts to even mess up their whole flow and their whole of how their book should be written.
I think that is possible, but I would also say in addition to that, that the tear doesn't out itself, because it is the farmer, it is the master servant that gathers up the wheat in a tear, separates them, and throws a tear into the fire, according to the parable. So yeah,
Okay.
if I could sneak in, I would try to sneak in. But the reality is, if you have to be ousted and thrown into the fire and done away with and used for something else, we'll use your ash for toothpaste or something. The reality is that you knew you didn't belong here anyway. And there is a thing that's called theft by deception. You are stealing someone else's seat that's supposed to be here. So um someone even saying like, well, I don't study, but that's what we do. So the moment you say that, you know what I'm saying, you've already
Right.
identified yourself as not being one of us. That's like somebody, let's say, and I knew somebody who doesn't do movement every day. Like I've heard people talk about doing certain things inside of Anu, well, not inside of Anu, because they're not really in Anu, they just around. And they talk about it like it's their first time doing it, not realizing like you supposed to been did this. Like there's people been around for years, been like, yeah, this is my first Ramadan fast. Your first? I never fasted at all. So you not even any of the solstices, nothing. Nah. So you're not one of us. You know what I'm saying? You're not one of us. So we're just allowing you to be around because sometimes, again, with the parable, the wheat and the tear, you could damage your good crop if you rip up the bad crop at the wrong time. It's just like you may have a group of youth, or it could even be a team. Anybody ever play a team sport? You might have a scrub on the team, but everybody likes a scrub. They cool, they crack funny jokes, they bring McDonald's and stuff to practice. And if you rip them out, it could mess up the morale of the team until you start playing or you start fighting. If it's like a fight crew, you start fighting and you realize like, yo, you messing up the scorecard.
Right.
So now as a
Right.
coach, say like, well, buddy gotta go. Like, yeah. No hard feelings, but you gotta go, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
so sometimes it's not really until the harvest that you're able to really do that work. And that's why the harvest is so important. That's why the season is so important, that you're proceeding towards something. But if a person may make it to the harvest and still be like, oh, I did that, right? You know what I mean? And that's when you get that sensitivity of like criticism. You should be able to say like, bro, you suck, or sis, that was horrible. Like, yo, you got to sit down. You got to sit down. Like, don't say nothing. Don't talk anymore. Or don't do this anymore. You know, um, and I think that speaks to the strength of those of us who say we're running. Because are we strong enough to look a person in the eye and say you ain't got it? You ain't got it.
Right.
Now,
Right.
whether you don't have it because maybe you have an issue that's causing you not to get it, or you don't have it because you didn't put the work in, you know. But either way, can we be that strong enough to be able to make statements like that? Again, because it avoids the, like, you don't have the farmer trying to replant the weeds. He separates them, he throws the weeds in the fire, he grabs his good crop. You know, and that's no different than, I mean, you know, as we moving forward as a collective body of truth seekers and those walking in the truth, there's going to be, I mean, you could just take the whole BET network, right? And I can't remember the last time I watched the BET award show, so I'll be honest about that. It had to been, the number started with 19 something, so 1990 something, whatever, you know what I mean? So I can't
Right.
remember. Um, I think the last time I started might have been around the tip drill era, right? That was the last good thing I seen on.
BET
What's
After
that?
Dark.
What's
But
that?
yeah, BT after dark. That was it, right? So um after Tavis Smiley, you know, there's nothing left. But the point I'm saying is, like, I'm sure whoever gets up and gets their reward thanks God, right? I'm sure. What what God? It ain't the God of the Bible. It definitely ain't the God of the Bible. You know what I'm saying? So,
Mhm.
but if you put everybody together, and this is sometimes what happens in our new, they say, "Oh, I see you on that Hebrew Israelite thing." No, I'm not. Mm-mm. I'm on our new thing. Nah, but it's the, you don't know how to separate the two. You looking at anybody who's got a Bible or Quran in their hand and saying they're the same thing. At one point, people swore I was a Nuwabian. I've never attended one Nuwabian meeting in my life. You know, in my town, we had Nuwabian bookstore. I never even went inside of that bookstore. I never, like, I knew from a distance, like, nah. Back in the '90s, nah,
Mhm.
I know what this is, and I'm good, right? But looking from a distance, people not being able to separate, and they, well, you talk about the Quran, they talk about the Quran. You be speaking Arabic, they be speaking Arabic. You be speaking Hebrew, they be speaking Hebrew. You talk about extraterrestrials, they talk about, yeah, but it ain't the same, dude.
Mhm.
You know, so I think that's the important thing, man. Understanding that there comes a time of harvest where these conversations are not had, and you just look a person in the eye and say, "Look, man, I would have took your head off a long time ago. I been knew you were weak and wicked, but I didn't want my sword to hit the good one. I didn't want my sword to hit the poor righteous teacher over there. But now that the poor righteous teacher has matured and the sprouts are going this way, now I can cut your head off." And that's it. That's all there is to it. You know.
Yeah, I was thinking of how difficult it would be to, because the thing that I start thinking about at the same time is, am I one to, like, when is somebody beyond being redeemed? And like, and when is it that it might just click in for them? You know, I guess it's that wishful thinking that at some
Hmm.
point they may get it, so willfully you can get it. And maybe I'm not saying it in the right way, so maybe it's something that I'm doing, so maybe I can rephrase it in order for you to be like, oh yeah, that's it right there, so that therefore it doesn't come to that where it's like, now because I'm like in the position that I would even think, like spoke about earlier, is the position that you put somebody else in when they have to come and tell you that you're not doing it, or when they have to come and tell you that you're not, holding up your side of the bargain. So now that puts the person that has to tell you in an awkward position, that they have to approach you with this. Are you thinking about that, or only you thinking about this? But then the problem that I think with what I start coming in is, when is somebody where you can say this is just truly a weed at this point, and you got to
Well,
go.
yeah, it's not that difficult. You know, the scriptures say that a tree that doesn't bear fruit is cast down and thrown into the fire. So you look at the fruit that's bear. Like, what have you produced in all this time? What have
Mm-hmm.
you built? especially based on, and not because sometimes people will be like, well, I'm doing this over here, and it may have nothing to do with what we're about.
Mm,
You know, I'm doing a coat drive. Cool. That's good. That's a good thing. But does it
mm,
align with what we teach here right now? Are you in season or out of season? So if you're in season, there's a particular fruit that I'm expecting to see. You know, when the springtime comes for our new members, I'm expecting to see them spring forth for the new year. Be like, all right, boom, this is what I'm working on this year, right? Because that's our new year in the spring.
mm,
If you still poop button around, you're not in step, you're not in season, and ultimately, I want to look at what fruit you're bearing. You know, and if you have no fruit on your tree, or if everything that you bear is decrepit and you trying to get us to eat some decrepit fruit, then
mm,
you've let me know what you are, and it becomes very simple at that point. You know, it becomes very simple. You know, so I think things have to be tested for strength. You know, that's the bottom line. Things have to be tested for strength. And yes, it sometimes can feel awkward, but I think also a lot of times it feels awkward because we're not in tune with the true nature of a weak person. You know, and in our mathematics in 120, weak and wicked, those two words always go hand in hand. They always go. You never hear the word weak without wicked, the weak and wicked. You know,
mm,
the 10 percenters, the 85 percenters, weak and wicked, deaf, dumb, and blind. They're uncivilized, they're savages, right? So yes, my duty as a civilized original man is to civilize the uncivilized. But at the same time, I have to be able to spot the weak and wicked and know that the weak and wicked are always going to come to create problems. They're
mm,
always going to come to create trouble. They come from a shade of disagreeable and discordant frequency in the universe. You know, their whole thing is, to come in and bring a off note or to bring a off shade. That's their
mm,
job. You know, so in recognizing that, once you see that, it's like I don't have to have any love for you. And I think
mm.
it's important for us, like, we have to have catchphrases. Catchphrases are important. Like you always say, it's got to be in you and not on you. I mean, like your famous saying. you know yeah, I mean, you've been saying that since
Uh,
around 1994 or so,
since
right?
I came into I knew. This-
Right, that you was about, what, 5, 6 years old. I remember when you first started saying that. You was on Sepulveda Boulevard. You was on Sepulveda
You have a
Boulevard.
wonderful memory. Wonderful memory.
Yeah, I remember it clearly. I remember it quite clearly. Yeah, you had the Honda Accord. You know,
I had the Maxima,
what's that?
and it said the
Was
Maxima
that you?
plates.
Oh, okay. I could have sworn it was the blue Accord, but okay. But yeah, so like those catchphrases, like you have certain people that catchphrases never again. And that those things stick. So those sometimes are the small things that encourage you towards certain action, and you get that quick confirmation. So if you have to chop ahead, you recognize, like, yeah, I'm here to civilize the uncivilized. That's that. Because sometimes what happens is that when you have to do certain things or say certain things, people want to have a back and forth. And then it'll be like, well, so are you saying? And that's an opportunity to take a cue from them guys who be on the street corners, brother. And then they be reading, you know, Philippians 3:20,
That's right.
right,
That's right.
right, you know. But it's like there's a great value in that, because the great value is this. I didn't say this. The Most High said it. So I'm not arguing with you. And you never see them go back and forth. They never sit and thinking, and the sword is sharp. Like, you say something, they like, yo, pull up to the Yo, pull up this, that. And it might be two different brothers. You pull up this one, you pull up this one. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
go ahead, brother. I'm listening.
Mm-hmm.
And they got
Uh-huh.
the daggers coming at you. So that's also, there's a value in that, because you're recognizing, like, look, these are general orders from the celestial kingdom. It's not personal. It's not impersonal. It's just spiritual.
Right.
So hey, you know. So I think that's an important thing when you start looking at the awkwardness aspect. You know.
And I think that's important of being able to, in that moment, like you said, of being able to pull this and pull this, of allowing one to be in the flow in that moment. And I would liken that to, like, so once you study a playbook, regardless of your playbook, wherever playbook you're coming from, if you're able to pull from that in that moment and tell you, oh, I got three things that I can go to, that what this person is saying, that this is how you respond, or this is how you conduct yourself in this matter. Well, then now that shows, though, the level of dedication that maybe somebody has had to whatever it is, the doctrine that they said that they have submitted themselves to. And when one can't do that, and then they start to take it personal and want to try to go off, and like, I'll just go off, or I'm done singing and I'm gonna start swinging and I need to fight. There's no need to fight, because I know what spirit I'm judging, the spirit by the spirit. What spirit, like you've been breaking down the whole Jezebel spirit. And then now once you study that playbook and you start to see, okay, I see what angle this person is coming from. I start to see what a virtuous woman is, the Proverbs 31, and how they should be supporting and moving around. And I'm pulling from that, so that when I see it, it's not a matter of I'm getting into a debate with this person, or I see it. Look, I'm telling you what it is. Now you could put the seed in your pocket, or you could put the seed in the ground, but that is on you. And I think, and especially with me, my ego will get into it, and like, nah, I got to be the one to give it to you. So then that's like, oh no, let me find a different way to say it. No, let me say a different way, because maybe I'm not doing it to look. Either you, and you said this numerous times. When a person is thirsty, they'll drink water. Now, when the person is not thirsty, that's when you got to start to put all of these different chemicals in it, or try to make it lemon water, or try to put the little red stuff in it. So, okay, now are you going to drink? It's not a matter of, now I'm thinking of somebody who claims that they were depressed, claim that their life was going, they had suicidal ideation and all of that. But then the whole time telling you why that's not going to work. That ain't going to work. How do you know it's not going to work? Have you tried it? Have you even submitted yourself to it, that said that, you know what, I know what I've been doing is not working. Let me at least give myself over and submit myself to this. But instead, it's like somebody once told me, somebody who comes in who's depressed, their whole thing is not to feel better. Their thing is just not to feel any worse. So just do something that'll make me feel better in this moment, so that I can just maintain my level of insanity, but not sink down to a lower level of what maybe I may sink. I don't, just prevent me from doing that. Like in the movie yesterday, when he was trying to drink that mud water, but still not really getting any fulfillment out of it. And then people protecting that mud water. And it's like, nah, are you willing to go beyond that and say, you know what? If you're going to present to me water, I'm ready to drink, because that's just that's how thirsty I am. That's how
But
parched I am.
there's this side of it too. When you're Okulti Murray, you want to say something? I saw you.
Yeah, I wanted to trust, as you were speaking about, engaging with others, and just saying and speaking what you're being, you know, told to share. Trusting. I think trust is a huge part of it, and trusting in the Most High as you're speaking and engaging. Especially if it's a community member, right? And leaning on our culture as well as study, right?
Yeah.
Because I think you referenced the men on the corner who, if they study, so they can pull those references, and we have to be able to do that too, and not lean on flesh brain and what we could conjure up in our brain that sounds like it's a right answer, but moving off of that trust in the spirit at the moment.
Right. I totally agree. That trust is key, because there are already spiritual systems in place to do that work for us. That's the thing. Like, so, yeah, your ego may get involved, but it doesn't really need to, because Christ said that he'll separate the sheep from the goats. You know what I mean? So the sheep is talking about those who are truly following the way, and the goats, he was referring to the hypocrites. So it's like I don't really have to do. I don't have to go back and forth with you, and what's used to show the separation or to identify was the fruit that was produced. You know what I mean? So I don't even really have to judge your fruit. Like you will be judged.
Hmm.
So I think that that's the other aspect, like what Cultivar Ray is saying. Just trust that there's already a process in place. Go ahead,
Right.
Murray. I see you're unmuted.
I only unmuted to say yes. Yes, this
Oh,
is
okay. This is
right.
true. Mhm. That's exactly what it says. He's just scooping them all up, you know. But I think the part, also what you said about in Astral City where they were drinking the mud water, I think that's significant too because that is the reality of the spiritual journey. And I know people who are lower order based, who are root chakra based, they can't deal with that part. Your spiritual journey for the rest of your human life is drinking mud water. Yes, when we watched the movie, yeah, when he got to the higher realms, they were drinking that pure water. And we look at it like, yeah, we're here on earth and we're drinking other fountains which never drain. No, you're drinking mud water here for the rest of your life. And that was the whole science with the children of Yisrael. When they were brought out of Mitzrayim, they were given the manna and they were complaining because they was like, yo, this ain't filling me up.
What is
Like,
this?
yeah, it was no gravy. There's no nothing to eat. No utensils. you know, so it's like they were unsatisfied, but that was symbolic of what the spiritual path is. The spiritual path never leaves you feeling fulfilled ever, and
Mm.
that's the amazing joy of it. Because you get on it, you learn something, and you like, but wait a minute, if that's the case, that means what I was doing over here was off. I got to go back over and look at that again. All right. Well, damn, Chief just taught about the sky people. Sky people, not sky gods. All right, so I got to figure out what a god is again. And then sky people, how could people live in the sky? And then all right, man, I got to start over here. So you're constantly in this place where it's like when you think you filled up, you empty it out again quickly. It's like
Hmm.
eating Chinese food. You know what I'm saying? Like you hungry an hour later. And that's the spiritual that's the spiritual path. Is hey man, I got some of my best friends are Chinese. No, you know, they don't eat that food. They know they like, yeah, you're right. That's why I don't eat that. That's for y'all. That's for foreigners. But that's what I'm saying. It's like once you get to and a person who's coming with lower order thinking, they don't accept that. That's the people who ask questions like, so if I do this, I get that, right?
Mm.
You
Right.
know, I want to be fulfilled. I want it to fill me up, satisfy me. I'm good to go. I never got to come back and see you again. I never got to pretend like I'm righteous or I want to hear any of this crap again. Just give me what I want so I can get out of here. Not realizing like you're never gonna get what you want. I wanted when I was a child, I wanted to fly. I wanted to be Superman.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
I've flown in dreams. You know what I'm saying? But I'll probably never get that in my human existence. I'll get that as soon as I exit my human reality. Then I will be able to fly. You
Mhm.
know, or whatever magic I want to do. Every magical thing I wanted to do as a child is actually something that a spirit could do. Oh, I want to be able to walk through a wall. Oh, I want to be able to just go here where I want. I want to be able to spy on people, but they can't see me. That was the big, especially around puberty. I leave that alone.
Oh my God.
Like, that's what little boys think about. Come on, I wasn't too much different. But so, but
Better
those are
sell
all.
this catalog.
And it says kind I want a whole stack of them. That robot, you know my section, you know. So but that's the thing. You'll never get those things. So you're on a continual quest for something that never truly fills you up. So even in your human life, you have to learn how to deny yourself of things that whether, like you said, it's the masturbation, it's the smoking, it's the drinking, all of these things that you're doing to subdue yourself, to put you in a place like, woo, oh, that was good. Whether it was a
Mhm.
drink, whether it was a smoke, whatever. But on a spiritual journey, you don't have that. On a spiritual journey, it's always and 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 you going your whole life in Hebrew, that's ve, 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 forever until you die. Yeah.
Mm. Go ahead, Coach Yaffa.
I just remember I was mouthing. I was like, it's like being left wanting, like you've been found wanting by just searching for it. Like I'm gonna just be in a spiritual experience rather than putting in the work to be to receive. I couldn't figure out like how to say the word to receive the Ruach HaKodesh. Instead, I'm just gonna be on this constant journey to search for it, which is and maybe I'm wrong, but kind of like the film yesterday, which is what I wanted to compare when you mentioned the water, like that umbro place. Like it's almost like I'm in this perpetuous state of searching for spirit in this shadowy, dirty, mucky place. And even when the olive branch, or when the minister extended his hand, did he extend his hand? Well, he it was made clear, like he was open up, do you want to come? And it was like, no, we rather stay here. And I thought that was interesting because right before they took the guy like to the our home, um they were saying like suicide, like they, so they acknowledged that he was, suicidal. And we find out later it was like that self-suicide, like, not in the same way that we think, oh, he took a knife and slit something, but like a spiritual suicide, like you constantly did these bad things, so your body can only take so much. So it absolutely was suicide. And it made me think of that idea of like, well, if you knew that, like these people in this shadow realm in umbro, it kind of made me think, like, is that equivalent to like a being like a 10 percenter? Am I saying that right? 10 percenter, 10%, like, the truth, but you rather not like speak it how it is or actually move in it or do it. I rather like stay over here. So I'm going to acknowledge that what is happening, what you're doing is wrong. I'm going to acknowledge that I need to repent, but I don't want to. I'd rather stay in the shadow, in the 10%, and not be.
No, that wouldn't be that. The 10% is not dead. 10% is alive. 85% is dead. 85% has committed walking suicide. They're the ones who are deaf, dumb, and blind. They're the ones who are dead in their mental state and need the knowledge of self to be resurrected and to stand erect and straight as a human once again. A 10% has that. And that's what sometimes you could put a 10% next to a 5% and not know the difference.
Mm.
You if you don't have that ability of discernment, you'll think like, yeah, they're both kicking. Listen, that's why I put this out there. That's why the 85% of the reason why I stopped doing Chief Speaks was because of that. That was the main reason I stopped doing that segment. Um, and it was something that happened that made me say, "Yep, that's it. I'm closing it down." And it was a sister who went to it was a festival, like an African Family Day festival, and she was listening to my stuff regularly, and Umar Johnson was there signing autographs. And she was like, "Yeah, this brother, he was saying a lot of things you say." And I was like, "You can't see the difference between me and him?" And a couple other people, I remember even Zach and Charles got into it at a retreat about Umar Johnson. And I'm like, "Yo, y'all can," and normally I don't say names, but I'm like turning into Quincy Jones. I'm just telling
Oh,
everybody. I don't care. But I knew him back when he was Jermaine Shoemake. I've known that dude for a long time. and I know him, right? So, and I'm looking and I'm like, yo, I'm talking to people because there were other incidents, but this was like the crowning incident. And I'm like, I'm talking to, because then I would get tagged, and I would sometimes get tagged. Like there would be these posts sometimes people put up where they say, name the spiritual teachers you're grateful for. And I would get tagged in those a lot by people I didn't even know, which is kind of cool. Like, oh, I didn't know this person listened. But it'd be like Brother Polite, Brother Yada, Umar Johnson, Red Pill, Blue Pill, Chief Yuya. What? You know what I'm
Wrong
saying? You out your
category.
goddamn
Wrong
mind?
category.
Yeah. So it was like, so you know what? This is why I don't use my Yoruba name. Because of all of them insane Babalaos sleeping with their clients. It's like, all right, so let's separate from that. So now I'm doing this, and they're like, oh, you think I'm one of them? All right, so it's a constant act of sanctification and separation. Let me get away from that or from any sort of kind of identity because I ain't that. And if you can't see that, one, that tells me I'm speaking to the wrong people, but it also tells me I'm speaking the wrong thing. It's my fault because I didn't make the distinction clear enough because maybe I was trying to be kind and play it safe and I ain't gonna mention no names, but I'm identifying characteristics where I'm thinking I'm showing you what a scam artist is. Like I'm showing you you can't see it. No, you can't see it. I did a show with a sister Leah once. We still cool to this day, so she's not gonna appreciate this. But she was just saying some of the most ridiculous stuff on the segment. Child, don't ask me what I bring to the table. I'm the table, child. And then when I asked her, like, well, what does that mean? She got all nasty. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, you don't have value like that. Come on now. Now she married some weird looking doctor, weird looking. She got a weave. Like, yeah, okay. This was all a game for you. I knew that, right? So sometimes being nice and not saying, look, I don't stand for that. And denouncing it like the most high tells us, denounce that stuff when you see it. Because I'm trying to play it nice, it creates that I can't see this from the other thing. So a 5%er might look like a 10%er. I'm not a 10%, I'm not an 85%, I'm a 5%er. And I mean, I'm not trying to play with the most honorable Elijah Muhammad's mathematics. I'm really not, but I really consider myself a 1%er. If you really want to get into it. I feel like I'm the special of the special. I'm just saying,
Talk,
you
man,
know,
talk.
I'm just saying, you know. So it's like, no, they're not the same because you'll see a 10%er is who's their father? Are you fulfilling the will of your father? See, that's the thing. The most important thing to understand, I think I'm gonna cover this in my next either study or podcast. The most important things to say, in Arabic, the term malak or malak, which we say malek, or in Hebrew, the malak, the angel, right? Where you also get malakim, and malakim means kings and queens, right? But that concept or that term means to fulfill or to fill out or to like you will fill water, like a vase of water, right? But the concept there is that something is coming from somewhere else and filling this thing up to make it solid, to solidify it.
Mhm.
So you have in other dimensions, you have electromagnetic energy that's being sent to us. And sometimes that electromagnetic energy is so powerful that it's able to manifest in physical form. Like Emmanuel, he was made flesh and dwelt among us. Talking about the foretelling of Christ, right? So yeah, but this was just an interdimensional being. So the interdimensional beings all the time are sending electromagnetic waves all the time, right now, right? But they're not all strong enough to now form a body. That's why when you read the story of Lot, when he encountered Gabriel, you talk about the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. He thought he was a man when he first met him. He didn't say he was an angel. He thought he was a man. That tells you he didn't look like an angel, quote unquote. He looked like a man because he was able to solidify himself in the human dimension, right?
Mhm.
So there should not be, if there was wars in heaven, there should not be an assumption that everything that's streaming, every electromagnetic stream is benevolent. Some of it is, I'm gonna get down there and tear S up. You know, it's like some of it is freaking Step Brothers. It's Will Ferrell and the other dude,
So much
the Jufro. What was his name? You know,
brother.
yeah, I don't know. You know, the other funny, not Ricky Bobby, Ricky Bobby's partner.
Ricky
You know, when they was shaking bacon. Some of it is that it's like two screw ups from outer space, and they're able to like, yo, let's go down there, f stuff up, and they solidify in the bodies, and be like, oh, an angel, oh. And it's not really that. You know what I'm saying? So 10%ers sometimes are just fulfilling a role. They got the truth. They know what's up. They was here before the Bible was created and all these other scriptures. They could read them better. They're like, oh, you ain't even reading that right. You ain't breaking that down right. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't speak Arabic like Dr. York spoke Arabic. But I also don't do some other things that Dr. York did. You know? So, some energies they come and they transfer into this dimension, man, and they're not always benevolent, man. So now there's a huge difference, but if you don't have your first eye active and blinking, you can't see the difference. So Chief Yuya, Suge Knight, Bun B, Ice Cube, they all the same guy. You look just like the guy Ice Cube for the movie. Mm-hmm. Can't see the difference, huh?
And I think that even goes back to what you were speaking about when you were saying they. It's a matter of, though, are you pursuing, like, and even in Sadulu House where it says I am perfect. It's not perfect. I'm perfectly perfecting. And it's a matter of, it's not like enough where I'm just with the flesh, or even when you said with spirit, but like, am I in that pursuit where I see this word is going to take me to this word, and then this word is going to take me over here, and then this is going to take me over here. And it's a consistent thing. It's like, okay, it's perfecting, and I'm on the road to perfecting. But as soon as I say that, oh, this is perfect, or I have no more to learn, or I got that one figured out, is when things begin to fall. And things begin to become problematic in my life, where therefore now I'm like, well, I don't know why I'm being perceived like this, or I don't know why people, are so stuck up. And then I start looking at or trying to blame in the world for why everybody is reacting the way that they're reacting to me. And then not really being accountable for even when somebody who is a 10%er, and then this, like you said, this beam is struck down here and I'm gonna tear stuff up. But me not being able to see it because I've been pursuing other things that have nothing to do with ultimately being able to read people, being able to understand what they actually are throwing from their inner being that's not really going to help me to move in a position myself to receive the seed from the creator, but ultimately to receive whatever it is that they're selling to fatten their pocket or to make them have a better life here or an existence here. So, if you just do this plan, then this will be all right. Now, hold on, man. Who is this person? How many times you see the 3W? Who's speaking? Who's being spoke? What made them even come into this? Who were you before this? Like, it's just a bunch of, and there was another piece that you said, it was like, it's just a bunch of talking heads with hollow, dry bones. If you're not, though, but you have to see, who are you, though? Who are you and what are you pursuing that are you going to be like, oh, well, they just use a lot of big words. And, they breaking this stuff down, so it's real clean. I don't care about none of that, man. Who are you? What type of spirit are you possessing and bringing forth that ultimately either it's going to be that muddy water, that dirty water, that it's like, yeah, or it's going to be some clear, that Al-Nura.
That Al-Nura, uh-oh.
What is that? What is
You don't even ask. If you don't know by now what Al-Nura is, you never know.
I just get
Al-Nura.
Y'all laughing. So I don't know what it is, but I love y'all laughing.
It's a word that Zach is a word that I gave that Zach decided to remix, and he's just been it's been a couple of years now. He just been rolling with the remix, so it's that now. Al Nora.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what it is. Don't worry.
Well,
Just
that's a 64
think
art.
about it.
Right.
Don't worry.
Yeah. So I think though it just comes down to you have to do some people call it like a coming to Jesus meeting, but you could do it with yourself of like, what have I really been pursuing? And look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, or even if you can't look yourself in the mirror, if you have the wonderful opportunity of even being in a community where people are able to hold up that mirror, are you willing to make the necessary adjustments that are required in order for you to now grow? Or is it more comfortable for you to be like, nah, you know what? I'm going to be that shadow student. I'm going to just sit on the side. I'm not going to comment. I'm not going to say nothing. Oh, yeah, that's good. I'm going to chew the meat and then spit out the bones. Or I know how to, or yeah, I heard Chief say separate the weeds and the I know how to pull the weeds out from all over here. I'm going to take on everything that he's saying, everything that he's doing, but I'm not necessarily going to put anything on the line. And putting something on the line is inserting myself into the community where it's like, hold on, man, you're not living what you say you're about. You're not doing these certain things. Nah, I would rather not do that because ultimately y'all might find out something about me that I've been suppressing for this long time. So I'd rather just stay on the outskirts. But if you're not willing to do that, then you got to ask yourself, what are you pursuing in this moment? What are you choosing to be in this moment when it's a continuous thing of study sessions on Wednesday night, Achi on Thursday night, Friday night? You got like every time there's somebody here offering you a space in the community for you a chance to grow, for you to comment into a chat, for you to jump onto a live, for you to now just say, you know what, these are some of my challenges, or these are some of my issues, or this is the way that I was looking at certain things. And offering you an opportunity to say, you know what, I'm ready to pursue spirit as opposed to pursuing the things that I have. But me just sitting back and letting those opportunities pass as if they're going to be there forever. And when I'm ready, then I'll finally just jump in. Or when I'm ready, then I'll finally do it. But right now, I ain't ready to give up this bag of weed. I am not ready to give up, this pack or whatever it is that keeps one just grounded onto their fleshly, earthly garment. And instead of trying to trade that in for their celestial garment. That was another segment that you did. Hey, I don't even care at this point. I'm taking it all.
I'm taking all of it. Get some new stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's a matter of.
Go ahead. Yeah. Oh, I thought y'all were going to say something.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna add to what you were saying, Achi Zach. It's like, or it's that like taking what's being said and like twist it to maintain whatever egoic emotions or feelings that or thoughts that are going into my head. Like you said, like, oh, I'm gonna separate the wheat from the tares, but I'm gonna do it in a way that keeps my ego intact. Like, I'm gonna separate myself, or I'm gonna separate, this person from that person, or I'm not gonna like engage in XYZ because that's me separating, that's me pulling out.
Yeah. Well, I think like here's a great example to use as like with the four of us here, but I'm gonna use three of you as an example of what kind of tree you really are. Like what are you really doing? So, and we're talking about, because to me, I relate it all to warriorhood. Are you strong enough to be vulnerable to say I'm still working? Because even a question you kind of presented, Zach, was like, can I look at myself and say, what am I really purposing towards? I know a lot of people be like, I'm improving. I'm better than where I was last year. And that's the end of the story. You know what I'm saying? And what you gonna say I'm not?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Or you saying I didn't do anything? You say I ain't improve at all? Right. It's all relative. So I think it becomes a game, but here's an easy game we could play to show the warriorhood of our new members. I'll start with, I'm gonna go around. So Ray, I don't know where you're at, but get ready. I'll start with Zach. How do you identify the wheat from the Captain Fantastic? How do you separate the wheat from the tares? Like, how do you identify it?
Give them a task. So like, all right, we if we gonna, let's say somebody says they can run, then we're gonna run 5K, and I'm gonna see where you at.
Okay. What about you, Yafe? Then I'm coming to you, Maria.
Have you what have you proven? Like, what have you given? Like, have you been reciprocal? Like, what have you fed into the environment versus taken?
Okay. All right. Maria?
All right. I'm watching the what the person does. I'm watching what a person does. I guess it's similar to what fruits do you produce? What do you do? That's
Mm-hmm.
how, because you teach us to be discerning. So that discernment is to be able to tell the truth. So to be able to tell the truth, I have to observe, I have to watch, and I have to listen.
Okay. That was the closest answer. That was the closest one.
Hey,
Just
recap.
saying, man. She's like, yeah, right. We cleaned it up for her.
Yeah, she had a chance to go last, man.
Right, exactly. Well, you know, she ain't
I
got a
think first
picture, so
next
we don't know
time.
what she's doing. You know what I mean? Ray, you never know. She could be tree climbing. We don't
Mm.
know.
Not today.
So,
Not today.
so here's a simple thing, right? Now, what I'm showing is the vulnerability of my warriors, because y'all are all vulnerable to me saying nope, wrong, boom, or yeah, good, boom, boom, boom. That's that's something to always pay attention to, and I'm gonna tell you why. When someone bows, Yafe, what does it look like? You don't have to demonstrate, but
I was like, yes, you're
whatever you
Yes,
like.
we will. We do it.
What does
you
it look like?
uh, there has to be a bowing of the head and a bending of the knee.
The bending. Okay, so there's a bending and the head is changing elevation, right?
Yes.
That's how you separate wheat from tear. So the way you know wheat has berries, it's fruit. So when a wheat comes up, it bears fruit and the leaves bend, they bow.
Oh.
Whereas weed has no fruit, so it grows straight. You see? Now, if you assimilate, you don't even know what you're looking at.
I
She's
was
looking
like,
at the background.
what
Dandelions. So when you're looking at that in human characteristic, if I come to you with an offering, whoever gives an offering and doesn't bow their head, anything I'm giving, it could be flowers, or I just wanted to give you this. It's just a natural thing. Here you go. I just wanted, right? It's a natural thing. So when you come with sacrifice, you bow. There's humility. When you are bearing fruit, you're bending yourself. You see, now the person who bears no fruit is always going to be the most arrogant person, because you look better than I do. You standing straight and tall, and yeah, because you ain't carrying nothing. You see? So that's the person that's got all the eyes say, I'm this type of person, I'm that type of person, I'll be doing this, y'all be doing that. But whereas I can't do it. I'm carrying stuff. I'm carrying the fruit that I bear. So for me, I'm always bent and I'm always bringing sacrifice, and I'm always bringing my sacrifice is obedience. So you can identify a tear person from a wheat person based on their pride factor or the humility factor, because the wheat person is going to be bent over and bowed through because of their humility and obedience, and the pride factor, the pride person has no fruit, so they're loud and they're standing straight, and the reality is, um they have nothing to present to the master. The wheat person always, the pride person, when you ask them, hey man, so we doing this, da da da, well, I don't know what I'm good at, I don't know what I could do. That's a piece of wheat. You see, I mean, a piece of weed. Tear. The wheat person is, well, it's humble, but here I'm always presenting something to the master. even if it's not as great as this person's over here or that person, but I always have an offering to bring to the master. You see, and the master, of course, we're speaking about the Most High. That's how you know the difference.
That was rich.
Decadent,
Because it
even.
yeah, that's something that I've been saying for a while. I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, because it's like in the sense of instead of having respect, one has retorts. So I got the repart. It's just now the piece that comes after it is something that I'm a fashion from my own, as opposed to seeing the source. I'm finna come back from my own source. So you say this, well, what about this? Have you thought about this? Or what about this? Like all of these slick sayings that will prevent me from having to do any internal work, but ultimately trying to get you. So that's like one of the things, the difference with somebody being clever and then somebody being wise, whereas a clever person will try to have quick sayings to change you and to change your perspective, whereas a wise person, going back to, is saying that I'm ready to listen, right? I'm in a space
Right.
where I'm ready, and when I'm ready to listen, it's like, look, I'm ready to be in the flow of what you getting out, what I'm giving. I'm gonna see, well, nah, this ain't right. And then I'm already down. Okay, then let me go back and rework this equation. Let me rework this fruit or whatever it is that I'm giving so I can come back and present something worth presenting. As opposed to saying, what's wrong? You don't like it? Oh, so my stuff ain't good enough now. I'm doing, like you said, I can stand in front of the mirror and I can say, well, I'm better than where I was. I've been way beyond where I was because now I'm ready for a retort and I'm ready to be clever in order to try to change other people, as opposed to looking at myself and seeking wisdom. True wisdom that's going to actually look at myself and say, you know what, you don't have, there's a transformation that is an opportunity for it, but the opportunity only comes from you showing some humility, having humility to receive what you're actually supposed to receive.
And the reality is, what you bring in may be crap. I'm allowed to say that. This is
Right.
crap. Because, like you said, those quick replies and stuff like that, or like you've seen me do that in the men's group or in the general group, where I may be chastising someone and I say, listen, and I know you're getting ready to say this and you're about to say this, and then you're going to make this face. And they're so locked in their program, they do exactly what I just said they're getting ready to do. Same old pattern. You know, you've heard me chastise someone and say, and I know after I get done with this, you're gonna say, can you give me an example of what you mean? And as soon as I finish talking, they said, can you give me an example? Right. You're not even hearing that you're getting called out on every single level, and I'm 30 steps ahead of you. You ain't even picking up on it because all you hear is your dead narrative in your head. Say this when as soon as you get into do this, do that, do that. You hear this dead narrative. I remember I had a close friend back in the days in high school, Ian, and Ian used to play tough all the time, you know. And we were on a two train one time, and we got into it with some dudes, right? So I'm like, all right, it's time for action. So Ian used to do this thing all the time, like when it was time to fight, he start talking to patois, like real loud. Like he now he's my man Ox from freaking Belly. You all up with me? He started me kill for fun. Like he started doing all these different Jamaican things, you know what I'm saying? Every time. And I remember this in school and dudes would be like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Like, so we on the two train and like, the way the seats are, you on this side, someone's on the other side. So I'm taking off my book bag, like getting ready to like square up. The dudes on the other side start doing the same thing. Chip hole in it. Now, I'm not gonna say the words, and I'm like, I'm looking at Ian like, oh, Ian sits back down. Now I'm standing up by myself against three crazy Jamaicans. You know what I'm saying? So it's like people will protest loudly, if you will, but the reality is, I'm trying to remember where I was going with that, man. I just went back into time and forgot my whole point. So
We
shout out to Ian. you
You
know,
talking
I
about
don't even remember
with
the
somebody, he
what.
was like, well, give me an example. And I've already broken down for you what, and they're like, but they don't want to listen because they're already coming up with
That's what I
their
was saying.
mind.
Right. It's dead. So like what Ian was doing was dead, right? What I was doing was true and living. Like, no, you about to catch these hands. Put my book bag on the seat, tucked my chain in, took my rings off. We about to thump on his chain. He's given, so my sacrifice was true and living. See, that's the covenant that we're under. We're under a true and living covenant. Whereas, like, there was a time when the Most High was like, man, get your offerings away from me. They stink. I don't want your dead animals anymore. I want your obedience because your obedience is live. You see, so like what you're describing, Zach, is people throwing out these little things. Man, that's old, man. That's dead. We heard that already. You know, but what can you do that's real? What can you sacrifice that's real? You sound like a broken record. I'm trying to get better. I'm improving. Yo, I got a lot going on in my life. Yo, I got a lot on my mind right now. That's we heard those. We heard those, right? But what is the sacrifice that the creator is calling for now? You, you the sacrifice. Your life. I want living sacrifice. I don't want dead stuff. You see? That's why a lot of people now want to eat plants. And I'm tired of the dead stuff. As above, so below. I want something that's kind of living. And I feel a little better. I got a little more pep in my step when I'm eating stuff that's alive. You know, so that's the thing. It's like there's a deep spiritual science to that, and in actuality, when what we're bringing forth in humility is true and living. The truth is true and living. You know, sometimes the sacrifice is like, I got to live by the truth. And the dead thing that you offering, nobody wants it. Nobody wants your rhetoric. Nobody wants you jumping up and talking like ox and belly. Like, ain't nobody scared of you. You know what I mean? Like, because they talk like ox too. You know what I'm saying? So, like, now we what? What now? You know what I'm saying? And they were standing up. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we got that and we got the live stuff. Now you sit back down in the chair, sucking your teeth. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, and I ended up having to fight two of the dudes, you know, which was crazy.
Mhm.
You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So that's just the thing that I was kind of getting at. It's like knowing that you're in a dispensation of what's live, and sometimes you have to use that even to gauge the people who will purport themselves to be warriors who are around you. You know, like, are you doing things that are alive, or are you even living off of old glory? You know, yo, I
Mhm.
used to be, man. When I was young, I was on point, man. I'm telling you, I used to study. I used to do this. I used to do. Used as a rooster. What are you doing today? You see what I'm saying? That's dead. Y'all didn't hear stories about me running with the X-Men and the time I was running with the new Black Panther Party at one point. You know what I mean? Like, I got stories. I got stories that I could just sit back on at this point and be like, I've already stamped the concrete. Like, I'm an official soldier of this conscious movement, of this liberation movement. Y'all don't even know none of those stories because it's dead. It's dead. It's been and done now. What do you have now? I still have my life. I still got to give my life. Bottom line. That's the sacrifice. Your living obedience is the real sacrifice. You know. Real quick, I'm sorry for y'all jumping. Brianna asked a couple questions in the chat that I know were directed towards men. First thing, Brianna, you asked about how could a person say that they are a person of God and they curse? Well, curses are very subjective, and in reality, there's only one curse in the English language, and that's the word damn. And that depends on how you use the word damn. Like when I just said earlier, are you out of your goddamn mind? That was actually a curse because I was saying that that person's mind has been condemned. The way that they're thinking has been condemned. Is not of the creator, right? Um, Outside of that, your SHITs, your FUCKs, all that, the good ones. Those are actually, yeah, man, come on. Those are,
One.
if I said you wanker, you bloody wanker, like it doesn't really, you know what I'm saying? It don't really hit you like that. You know what I mean? That ain't one of the good ones.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? If I said get my mother effing, you know what I'm saying? Like it feels better, so it brings up the phlegm. So that's what I'm saying. Like, none of those are actually curses. You cursing somebody when you say, I damn you to this, or I condemn you to this. That would be more of a curse to answer your question. So a person can be of, I don't know what God you're referring to, but a person can be like a holy person, quote unquote, and use words that society may consider to be curses, but are actually not curses. I mean, for instance, if you go into certain environments and you use the term female instead of woman, some people are offended by that.
Mhm.
If you use the term breastfeeding instead of chest feeding, some people are offended by the term breastfeeding now, instead of chest feeding. So I know, Zach, I know it should just be a little while longer. The comet's coming. I'll look at my telescope just a little while longer, and then we can start over. you know, you know. So those things that you would call a curse are like subjective. They're not necessarily curses like you think. And I've spoken about this before because a lot of curses, quote unquote, are actually powerful words. They're good words that you really want to use because they have power associated with them. So this society takes whatever would be powerful for you and tells you don't do it. And then it tells you to do things that would disempower you. Don't call yourself a Negro, call yourself an Afro American. Doesn't make any sense. Okay, then you could be an African American. How about that one? You know what I mean? So it's
It
like
don't.
you're constantly being taken away from what makes you powerful. To answer that question,
So then the good ones, then that's just profanity, like the equivalent.
no. Fuck means fornication under consent of the king. Yeah, actually means something.
Did not know that. I did not.
Yeah. And fornication is illicit sex. So
Right.
there was a time when if I wanted to do something illicit, I want to sleep with my niece or something crazy. Um, I could get consent from the king to perform this act. So I could fuck. I could fornicate under consent of the king. That's where that comes from.
You know. Okay. What? Achi Zach, what's that look?
I mean, it looked like you trying to get something out. Go ahead and get it
No,
out.
because I'm like, well, then what about like the other ones? Like, are they also acronyms for something else? I don't want to say them.
No, not all of them, but they all have a root. They all have a root. Because you think about it, the things that we consider to be offensive, we never know the root. Like
Right.
if I call someone a coon, you know why I'm saying coon. Come on now. The black hands of a raccoon, the dark under their eyes. We know. Oh, you monkey, whatever. But if I call someone an N word, is that an English word? We don't know why we're saying N word. We don't know why it stuck. I mean, I know, but why did it stick for so long? Why is N word like nobody even rappers? Why are we, yo, what's up, my coon? What's up, my shine? What's up, my spade? Why we don't really, you know what I'm saying? Why we don't, yo, y'all jigaboos, jigaboos in the club, jigaboo. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh.
just saying, we
There's
don't we don't use those words. Why this word in particular stuck?
yeah.
Or a term like black. Why would black stick? When we first came here we were called Hebrews. So why didn't Hebrews, which was a conglomerate of Negroes and Hebrews, why didn't Hebrews stick, but black stuck? You see, and every other group has made it clear you're not gonna call me by that. You know, natives don't say, yeah, you call me red. You know, Asians don't say you call me yellow, or East Indians don't say you call me brown. You know, they might even say people of color, but we're the only ones like we call each other black. Why did that stick, and why did the N word stick? There's a political agenda behind that. You see, so when you're trying to strip someone of identity and land, you have to strip them of anything that would identify them with an identity and land. Oh, you black. All right, let me look on the map. I don't see it
There's
because
no
you ain't got it. You never had it. You know, so you here where you at, and this where you be.
it's like I would say in the manual. No black
It's
links.
in the right. Willie Lynch letter. Go ahead, Maria.
Oh no, I was going to say, well, I have this little delay going on with my mic, so excuse me. No, I was going to say, yeah, say Judah or say Hebrew, and you could probably find it, and then you give it all away, you know. So there has to be a veil. There has to be
Exactly.
shouting the truth.
Exactly. There's going to be a veil. So, or the word shit. I've broken that down 100 times. You know, coming from soot. Soot being one of the oldest words we have for the Creator. In Medu, we have the term sutek. Tek meaning power. Su meaning black. Soot. So when someone says sutek, they're saying black power. You know, so soot later became shit, or soot became the thing that's in your fireplace, the carbon, because carbon was considered to be a god element, right? So, well, if you tell me that shit is a bad word, don't say it. You know, and I correlate it with something that is waste. It's something nobody wants any part of, right? But it came from the word for God. And then I start researching. Well, soot is carbon. It's pure. Soot is just pure carbon. Carbon. Well, what the heck is carbon? And then when you start going down that rabbit hole, you will. The first thing you'll come to, if nothing else, the lightest, the simplest thing you'll come to, black isn't evil. You could, if you just only got that out of everything. You told me that white was good and black was evil. Even in the cowboy movies, the black guys, the evil guys always wore all black, and the good guy wore all white.
Mm-hmm.
Why'd you do that? You know what I'm saying? What did you do that for? Because black is not doesn't represent evil. Now I'm going to go further down that rabbit hole. It's going to get scary. You see. So I'll just tell you, if you ever come across this word that we changed around a little bit, it means something bad. Don't say it. You see, because we know that mantras are powerful. You know, people sit in church all day, go Jesus, 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 Jesus. That's the way that the old church mothers, the saints, whenever you had a person who had trouble speaking in spirit, showing evidence of the indwelling of the Holy Spirit, you would kneel them down and just have them keep saying Jesus over and over and over again until they started speaking in tongues. Jesus, 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 Jesus. You just keep doing that, and eventually you start speaking in tongues. But what the heck am I saying if that wasn't his name? So yes, I am speaking in tongues, but what the hell did I just channel into me to be speaking through me? If that wasn't his, why am I not down to saying Yahweh Shai, Yahweh Shai, Yahweh Shai, Yahweh Shai? Yah, 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 Yah. Why do cowboys get to say Yah, but I can't say Yah? Every action hero before they do something, Yah! In the Avatar, Jake said that when they were trying to revive Augustine, who was supposed to be Saint Augustine, who brought Christianity to the native. That's who she represented. You gotta know your history. Yeah, he said that. You see. So why they can all say it, but I gotta say Jesus, 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 Jesus. So I start talking gibberish. You see. So all of these different things, there's a political agenda associated with it. You know. Yeah.
Which is why I even think of I keep saying, I'm gonna say this many times. I think everybody's first segment that they should listen to is motion and motivation. And what is your
Yeah, you
true
like that.
force? That's one of mine put at the top, because if you're not careful, you are mistaking your motion for somebody else's motivation of doing things, but not necessarily knowing why you're doing things in order for somebody else to just gain a better financial position or just a better position in general when it comes to spirituality, because you have been given something that is ineffective. And I'm just going to give you this, and you just keep playing around with that while I'm just going to take this. And it's not like, and I remember it's a different one you said a while ago, we're saying like, it's not like the stuff is difficult to figure out, which is why people go through great lengths to hide it. Because if I didn't, then you'd be like, this is it. Yeah, this is it. And you're the one actually closest to it. So now I would have to actually go through you. So instead of all of that, I'm gonna keep you playing around with all this other stuff. So instead of you being, like you said, a living sacrifice, you still just keep talking about what my Baba Lawa told me to cut the head of a chicken and pour the blood over the rock. We'll pour the blood over other ones. Let me go get the goat. Let me go get all of this. But what do you, and then still wondering why, but I keep having to do all of these. I keep having to repeat all of these things. I keep having to go back to the bodega down the corner and get this love potion number 9. And I'm supposed to bathe in this with some goat milk and some other stuff. And then once I come out of it, I'm going to start attracting all of this love to me. Just putting yourself in motion. But what is your true motivation behind what you're doing is if then you become a living sacrifice of saying, okay, let me just skip past all of this, which was ultimately, this is what it's all about. Let me move beyond that and get to let me grasp the root. And then once I have the root, now I can't be taken, you can't just try to manipulate and say things and throw things out there and do things that I feel like now, because I'm still full of fear, if I don't do it, then something's going to come and attack me, or something's going to come get me, and then I'm going to have bad karma. But you can no longer manipulate me with those words that you're saying, because I feel like you're beyond me. I got a hold of it too. So now what you say, I can say, hold on, man, I don't need to do all of that. Or I don't, not, maybe you need to do that, or maybe you can take, I know what this word means. I don't need to be afraid of using this word. I know who and what I am, as opposed to you, like you said, understanding things have been politicized, and it's not for your gain. It's for you just to be put in motion like a dog on a dog track, just running behind something, and then you figure you just get tired, so then you go back and just get a reading, or you get another hit of something, only for you to get right back on the track, as opposed to you saying, you know what, let me get in the flow. Let me get in the flow of it and say, you know what, I have to start maybe at level 1. And I maybe are coming in, but I've been studying this Yoruba thing, or I've been doing this voodoo thing, and I know that, or I've been doing all of that. So I'm going to still lean on this. I'm going to get me some of this over here, but I'm not letting that go, because you know what? I don't know. I just been invested in that so long, and it's going to make me go back to level 1. And I don't want to come in somewhere where I feel like everybody is just so far beyond me. They're so far this, and I got to sit there and ask questions. And you know, this Chief, he don't look but no more than 40 years old. How much can he really know anyway? I should be so far beyond him, and then missing everything that you have to offer that you can grow. You're missing that wonderful opportunity to grow, because you're still closed off into the possibilities of what actually could be if you actually start digging and go to grasp the root of what it is that you're doing. So, which becomes problematic.
It ain't for him. That's all. Um, that's a part of having a little age and a little wisdom. You get to identify people quickly, and you can move more efficiently. Some of this stuff just ain't for you. Like, yeah, there's different systems you could study and learn, but a lot of people who come from those systems you mentioned, they don't even study and learn those. Like you said, my barber said do this, my barber said do that. All right, man, you a sucker. At what point will you be able to? You're supposed to always just, like, go beyond your pops. You know what I mean? I remember when my pops first bought a Benz, a 300 series back. This is back in the day, like back in the 80s. He had It was a diesel too. The thing was loud, but it was nice. It was a nice, we rocking the Benz. He had a Benz motorcycle. He had a BMW motorcycle and a Benz car. And when I was in my 20s, I went and bought a Benz and I bought a 500, big body S500. Like, and I remember my grandfather like, oh, this is bigger than your daddy's car, the car your daddy had, and it's like, yeah, because I gotta, you know what I'm saying? I gotta, he's giving me the imprint. He's giving me the model of where I gotta step beyond. So that means not only do I have to step beyond, but I gotta study what he's doing, why he did it, and then understand how I fit in relationship to that. But some of these systems are for dumb people. They're for dumb, low IQ people. That's how you get these conscious community scammers. Because you got people who have low IQ who don't know how to ask certain critical questions. Or if somebody says something with a lot of emotion, it's like, or they say it real fast. You got that tall guy with the bow tie, who talks real fast, the nerdy dude. And if you be like, man, that brother's deep, man, you see how quick he said, he didn't say anything. But if you're never on a journey to learning anything, you won't realize he was just talking fast because he's trying to fit in that 60-second IG post window and throwing all these things at you real quick. It's a con maneuver, But if you're not that bright, yeah, it means something to you. It means something, and unfortunately, there have been people with massive intellect who have passed through our community practically unnoticed because you don't know what to look for when it comes. So like even in the churches, I've seen some brilliant ministers, brilliant people. Jesse Jackson and I think he's one of the smartest people on the planet. This man is brilliant, but the nursery rhymes, down with dope, up with hope, and all that. Because after a while, he was like, man, let me just put the dashiki on and come on, we about to go to the hood, and you know what I mean. And then he got to stand up and, like, because y'all don't want to raise, and I don't want to say y'all as a collective, condemnation, but you have those who don't want to raise their IQ because they look down on being better and being smarter. And the smarter you are, and the more you grow that, the more you open up your access to deeper information. That's how you raise your class. It's not about money. It's about awareness and intelligence. That's how you rise up. But some people are so lazy and don't want to admit where they're starting from. They want to admit that we're not all at the same place. We're not. Everyone can't bring their children to my home and say my son is interested in your daughter. Nah, he looked dumb. No, I had to tell a sister that once. She was like, maybe when our children get older, trying to with her son and my daughter. I was like, first off, his daddy's like crazy short, so don't want that. He's gonna be short. Number one. Number two, he can't seem to get his alphabet together.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Hey, I bought him these foam things you put on the floor, like these little foam you can play, you can put them in the bathroom, put them on the floor. Boy, still sitting there skipping letters and all that. We doing the song. And I remember him, my daughter used to sing the song, and my daughter would be like, oh, they were like 4 or 5 years old. Like, oh, here we go again. She'd be like, no, it goes like that. I'm like, you crazy? He can't be my son. You better take it. The ABCs, they probably even younger than that, actually. But I literally have a video of them doing it. I have it and on my cloud drive. And she's sitting there going, no. She literally's doing it. She's like, no. And then calling me, Baba. He keeps messing it up. You can't mate with my child. You crazy? The stock ain't the same. You see, so some people don't want to admit that, and that's okay. We all start somewhere. We all start somewhere, and everything has the potential to transform on the planet. Everything has a potential. I think I said that the other night in the study group. You can regrow every organ on your body with the exception of your teeth. It's the only thing on your body that you can't regenerate. In reality, you can regenerate anything else. So you can grow a new brain, but you have to care enough to want to do that, man. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, man. Like there's an honesty sometimes people don't really want to face, and like when Zach is talking about the flow, it's like you might not be honest. Can you feel that rhythm? You can't feel it, can you? Can you see that pulse? I've had so many spiritual experiences where I'm talking to people. I'm like, you lying. They be lying about their spiritual experiences. I had a dream last night where I was walking. I just saw, oh, y'all see that over there? There's nothing over there. Stop. Just stop. If I don't see it, I know there ain't nothing over there. I see something in the bushes. You don't see nothing in the bushes. You trying to make everybody think here you deep. Knock it off. Okay? Cut the SHIT. Will you? You know what I'm saying? Like, but that's the thing. It's like, because then that makes other people look and say, like Zach said, well, they run and I want to run with them. They might not be. And you don't know what they had to go through to get to where they at. Or what was implanted in them. Like, what are the tools that they're leaning on in order to do what they do? Example, Zach's name, right? Which comes from originally Zachariah. Right? Zachariah, which the root is Zakar. And Zakar means to remember. And so Zachariah means to remember the things of Yah. Right? So you get a sense of his beginning, which is why he's always infringing upon my trademarks of the quotes that I say, because he has that spiritual ability to remember stuff, which makes him dangerous. You see, he has to be stopped. He has to be stopped. I'm putting a plea out to the community. But it's embedded in his name, Zakar, to remember. But the word Zakar starts with the letter Sadi. Sadi represents the sword. So when people say, man, Zach always coming at me, man, his name has a sword in it. What you expect to happen? It's not a symbol of a cotton ball. You know what I'm saying? The first letter of his name is a sword. And then we go from there. So when you understand, like, okay, so that's his start. But why did he need to be able to remember things? Right? Everybody has what they have for a reason. You see? And sometimes that's a level of love and compassion to be able to put yourself in someone else's consciousness instead of just looking at them with envy. Man, he ain't so smart. Like, maybe he had to be. I had a good brother, Qasim Allah. I did a video with him on my channel years ago. I think it's on one of these channels. Where we just sitting in the park building on 120 basically. And he was over the house one time, and we was talking about, I don't know what he's talking about, but he was like, man, you got a lot of African like stuff and statues and shrines. I was like, man, I got shrines and stuff in every room in this house. I said, even the bathrooms. And then he looked at me, he was like, it was funny though, but he was like, yeah, because you need it. Like, because this is we owe 914 area code cats, so it's like, I knew you when you were big you.
Yeah.
I knew you before you were Brother Haru.
Yeah.
And then before Chief Y'all, like I knew Big You, who owned the barbershop. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, don't say nothing, don't say, So he was like, yeah, you need it. Yeah, you right, I do. Like, I need to turn in every corner and be like, oh, I'm putting it back. I just kidding. So that's the thing. You never know what someone had to go through to get that thing that you're being envious of and disrespectful of. You know.
Mm. Were you gonna say something, Coach? Y'all fair no?
It went out of my mind. I did have something, but it's gone. Maybe it'll come back.
Yeah. But I think that's a respecting somebody else's journey, which so many people get caught up into looking at, which is a cliche, but or you trying to look at somebody's chapter 38 and compare it to, you just picked up the book though. So be okay with just, okay, you know what? Let me just get comfortable with the feel of the book. Let me open the book and see the table of contents and see, okay, these are some things that I can expect, and be grateful that these are pages that are already filled in from somebody else is telling you these are some challenges and things you can navigate around, as opposed to just trying to skip straight to, well, this is where you're at, so this is where I should be at. And just like you said, having a sitting in the park and having a conversation about 120. I ain't never sat in the park with nobody had a conversation about anything about 120, but I can respect that. Well, what did both of them do in order to be at that point and position in their life to be able to have that conversation, to be able to flow off of one another, or saying, this is how I see one thing. All right, let me show you this is where I see it, so that therefore we can come to some common ground, as opposed to just showing up and then having a plate and a fork and being empty, but I just want to take. I'm here to just receive. So what else you got? Oh, 120. Okay, what else you got? Oh, okay, well, what else you got? Yeah, because I'm just consuming, but not looking to actually put back and show you, well, this is actually what I'm retaining. This is actually what I'm learning, so that therefore now I can be a better service to somebody else, as opposed to me just trying to posture myself as a leader and posture myself as a teacher. And yeah, I know that this person, I don't know, and I can take some of these stories because, my man, when we was on the 2 train and then he got up, so I got up, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can take these stories and try to put it with, because, I've developed now. And then somebody might start to pull your card though and say, hold on, man, you weren't there. Or when somebody actually is in the flow, and just like you said, oh, there's a spirit there ain't no spirit over there, man. Cut the BS. All right. Now that may work with somebody else who has not put the time, energy, and effort in order to cultivate and develop themselves and build themselves up so they can grasp the root. That might work for the 85%. That might even work for 10%, where you can get into a lovely debate and y'all can put it on YouTube and start to go back and forth and try to say who got the best of the best. But then at the end of the day, y'all just go it like it's a rap battle, and then we'll just come back and do it again. But then your lives still look like Helen Scunny. You still haven't committed yourself to anything. You still haven't submitted yourself to anything. You still won't say, you know what? Yeah, I don't know. You just want to come in. So now that you got some more ammunition to go back out and argue with somebody else over your posture of why you feel the way that you do. But yet you're not trying to actually have it change you, so that therefore you can now make an effective change. You still just want to be efficient and say, I'm going to go through this, this, and this, and it's going to take me 20 minutes to do this, and it's going to take me 20 days to do this, and I got that. Okay, now cool. And then it becomes very transactional. Your redemption is not a transactional experience. I don't know how long it's going to take me, but if I'm committed to it, then I just need to get on the path. Wherever that may be, just get on the path and then just keep going, and then it'll take you to where you should be. And who knows where that's going to end up. But you should not go another day with thinking, you know what, I'm just going to keep doing the things that I've been doing, and think by some type of osmosis that if I can just at least say that I'm in the community, or say that I put my name in the chat, that somehow the things that are being bestowed on the person who's actually putting in the work will somehow come and hit me. So that therefore now I can recite that. But then when somebody comes and challenges that, you really can't stand on anything because you haven't done anything. You haven't put that work in, because you're not allowing yourself to be in the flow, because you have closed it off from your own identity of what you feel like you are in the flesh. It's a matter of, are you willing to be in that flow? Are you willing to commit? And are you willing to submit? Submit just means come under the plan. Are you willing to come under the plan and be filled with the light of the Most High, so that therefore you can say, yes, I have been adopted by my teacher, my Abba, my father, and move and groove in that direction. So
I just wanted to make a quick statement that I'm going to sign off. I got to continue on my work, but not statement, but answer a question. Brianna Sawyer has said, I call on God for help. How do I know I'm seeing the signs of it or not? The signs or not? If I'm trying to sit in a quiet place, but live in an unstable environment. Um, so I would say Brianna, is she I know you asked a couple of questions, but that one kind of stood out probably because I hear that one so much or get asked that one so much. It begins not with you asking for help. It begins with what you are, who you are. So for instance, Brianna, I know you're a mother. So for instance, if you're in a park and you hear a child yell out, you know your mother's voice. I mean, you know your child's voice from the other children's voice because you have a relationship with your child. You have a connection with your child. So it's the same thing. You might just call out to God, God, help me get this guy, help me get that. Do you even know what you're calling? Because God is a title. So anything can be that title. Anything could be, that force or that energy you're calling on if you don't have a personal relationship and know what you're talking to. Number one. Number two, the L that we're speaking about requires relationship and obedience before he even activates. So you can't just like be doing whatever you feel like doing and then pop out of the bushes like, yo, give me a hand over here. It's
You know
it's
who?
like you're gonna be like, yeah, I don't know who you are. You know what I'm saying? I don't know you. So that's always an important thing, like just in looking at your question, because sometimes we wait till it's cold red, till it's an emergency, and we're like, I called on God, I need help. And it's like you're supposed to always be in the presence of the creator. You're supposed to always want that obedience and that structure flowing through your life. Because why would anybody, it's almost like we have this thing that's often said about us melanin dominant men that we need to protect the sisters, you know, whoever these sisters are. But protect, we got to protect black women. And I don't advocate that. There was a young man, I think it was Detroit, over this past strong end who was killed. He was shot in the chest trying to break up a fight between a boyfriend and a girlfriend. The boyfriend was, I guess, hitting the woman in the street or something, and the guy shot him, killed him. And then the boyfriend and girlfriend drove off to get fled the scene together. They got caught. You know, but no, I will protect my woman. That's what I'm gonna protect. Outside of that, you're not under my covering. You're not my responsibility because what you're doing 9 times out of 10 is what's putting you in the situation that you're in. So my protection begins with my instruction. Do this, do that, and you should be good. If something comes up, if somebody comes and tries to disrupt what I've established with you, I got you. But if you decide that you want to do whatever you feel like doing because you feel like doing it, well, take your big bad ass out there and save yourself. You see? So I'm not saying the Most High is saying that, but I am made of the same genetic material as the Most High. So chances are that's exactly what the Most High would say. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't got to be, well, thou hast not followed thy mind. No, Most High is like, look here, Negro. I told your stinking ass to do it like this. And now you calling me for help? Was you calling me for help when everything was good?
mm,
You know what I mean? So depart from me, you worker of iniquity. I don't know you, right? So the thing about it is like, how do we get back into relationship? And not just because I want something from you, but because I recognize that I'm not like everybody else. So therefore, I'm not eating the food of everybody else. The same food doesn't work for me, right? So where I come from is where I got to feed from, So if I come from this particular creator, then that's where I have to go in order to live. Animals don't go to the supermarket. Like squirrels don't go to the supermarket to find food. Theirs don't go to the supermarket. They go to the same place they were born. I was born in the woods. I'm gonna eat in the woods. I'm gonna die in the woods. You see? So where were you born from? If I was born from the Creator, I was born from the Creator. I'm going to feed because man shall not live on bread alone, but by every word proceeding out of the mouth of the Most High. I'm going to feed from the Most High, and when I die, I'm going to go back to the essence, which is the realm of the Most High. That's my existence. You see. So when it happens like that, I really don't even have to call on help. To keep it real, you know, the help is already there because we come from a people where we're equipped for war. We're equipped for battle. Samson was equipped for battle. David was equipped for battle. Joshua was equipped for battle. You know, like, so it's not like we got to sit there like, oh man, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? We've already been told what to do, even when we're faced with adversity. So I would say playing those parlor trick games, like, all right, God, I'm asking for your help. And if you help me in this one, I know you're real. You're talking about a being that is so old. I mean, and just think about it, Brianna, even at your age, there's probably people, you might talk to a teenager and you might try to tell them something that makes sense. And they don't want to listen. You probably be like, all right, dummy, go figure it out yourself. You see, now that's just someone who might be 10 years younger than you. Imagine someone who's 20 million years younger than you. You're gonna be like, oh, I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, all right. That's what he told Job. What he told Job's companion, like, who are you to be speaking for me? You know what I'm saying? I know what I'm talking about. So that's the thing. Like when that's part of the flow that Aki Zach is talking about getting into. You know, when you get into that flow, I give you a quick example. Let me get off. There was a situation. I think I had told the brothers. Or I might have told y'all one of the situations. The past like 2 months, I had to break, or maybe no month. Within like a 20-day period, I had to break up two major fights that were happening. Now, when it gets hot, people get hot under the collar, right? One was somebody was beating another dude with a car jack, that you put on your steering wheel. Yeah, the jack. Um, and another one, I don't know if I shared this one with y'all, was in a store, where a kid was about to shoot
the teller,
clerk. They don't have tellers in stores. What do you think this is? The freaking Wild West? This is what 1837. Y'all been studying too much Book of Mormons. This ain't Joseph Smith in the Book of Mormon. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, nah. So I walk in the store and I hear him riffing, and the dude who works in there, he got shot before in that same store. Matter of fact, one of the cashiers working there got killed in that store. He was riffing with somebody. This is the neighborhood I was in, right? Dude walked in, killed him. But like a year and a half ago, another dude walked in off the street, didn't even know him, just looked at him and popped him and walked back out. This was the dude who was riffing. Basically, long story short, these guys stole something out the store. He was like, "Look, I ain't gonna call the police. Just leave and don't come back." And he made the mistake of grabbing one of the guy's arms. Like, come on, get out the store. That that was it. He's like, I ain't going nowhere now. And he's like, matter of fact, you come outside. I'm gonna shoot this, person. I don't want to say all the words. So I walk in, and I'm like, now this store got cameras everywhere. It looked like the wheel of Ezekiel. There's camera, there's lights, there's eyes all in the wheels within the wheel, all in the store. So I come over and I'm like, yo, what you doing? He's like, y'all about to shoot this. I said, yo, you see how many cameras is in here? I was like, yo, get out, be out. And he's looking me up and down. Like, I'm like, look, so he didn't have his grip out yet. He did his pistol. Right? So you know what I'm saying? Right. He didn't have it out, but I could tell where it was. So I leaned in on him quick and I grabbed it. I took it off of him. And I was like, yo, come outside. So he runs out to the store. It was like, yeah, it was three of them. It was him and his two, and his boys was like, yo, come on. So he runs out the store now. But I got the glicky, so he I go outside, like, and I'm trying to talk to him. I'm like, yo, come in, man. I'm not going to do nothing now. I just want to talk to you. Come in, come in, come in. He's out, turns the corner, all that. I got his hammer on me. So I'm cleaning it. And his one of his friends came back and was like, I'm sorry about that. Sorry. So I passed it off to him. I was like, yo, tell him he don't need to come here for like another year. There's cameras all over. Like, so I'm talking to him. But what I'm saying here is this. Why did I reach in, grab it? You know what I'm saying? Do what I did because this young man, tops, I say maybe he was 18. They all looked, they were about the same age, maybe about 18. So, right around that age. You my son. You're my son. You see, and I have authority because I'm a soldier of the Most High. The dudes who own the store. Not that I'm saying this against that. I'm not saying that. These are Arabs, right? So I'm stepping in the middle because I know you and I know you, but y'all don't know each other.
Mhm.
And I know where the Most High placed me. So when I got it off of him quick like that, because they asked me, he's like, "Are you a cop?" Like I was like, "I'm not a cop." Like you all right, because they were trying to wonder like how I was able to do that or whatever, right? But the point I'm saying is that when you're moving in that authority and knowing who and what you are in relationship to the universe, we come from, like I said, we are a warrior people. You see, so we don't when we move, we don't have to move with any kind of trepidation or anything like that. We move with that authority. I looked at these young men. I said, "This is about to get real stupid." And you wrong because you were stealing out the man's store.
That's why I'm like, you was wrong.
But yeah, but see, this is the wisdom of the Most High. So after I go back in the store and I was like, "Look, man, you good?" He was like, "Yo, thank you." He was like, "I tried to be cool with them. I tried." He kept saying, "I tried to piece it up with them. I tried to piece it up with them." He was like, "I tried everything, man." He was like, "I when they come in the store, I always say how you doing and everything." I was like, "Don't do that." He was like, "I tried everything." He was like, "Some days," he's like, "I try to be mean." He said, "I try to be nice." He's like, "They just keep doing these things." And I said, "Listen, you're in an environment where a lot of these young men are not growing up with their fathers. You can't grab them and tell them what to do. That's like a dog biting on them and talking English. They've never had a grown man grab them and say, 'Do this.'" So I said, the minute you did that, it wasn't just that he was angry, he was scared because that was so foreign to him. So when I came in as a bigger father. There's a subconscious communication there. I'm your daddy,
Mm.
okay? And I'm not trying to say in no funny way, but yeah, I know because the guy in the store, he was trying to explain it to me. I was like, yo, and I put my hand, I was like, I got this. So I'm
Mhm.
shutting him up. So I'm letting son know like nothing's gonna happen to you. I'm here, right? You shut up. I'll deal with you. You and I was like, yo, you gotta leave. He's like, yo, I ain't leaving this thing. Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean to say it. This guy,
That's all.
this guy, that's how you know it's a true story. I ain't making this up. You know what I mean? Like he's like, yo, this guy grabbed me, whatever. And I'm like, yo, that don't even matter. I was like, yo, so you gonna do this because he touched you? You about to do this because he touched you. Nah, nah, nah. And I'm like, all that nah, nah, nah. Boom, I'm on him quick. Give me that. You know, you can't now you running. You see? So the thing is, it's like we got to move with that kind of authority inside our gates and outside our gates. You see, I'm moving with the Most High. I'm not worried. So even when I'm answering questions like, Well, does the Most High hear me? Does the Most High, when I'm asking for protection and help, I'm always in that. The Most High told me to take the you know what I mean, the hammer.
Mm-hmm.
Most High said take that. Normally, man, I saw what was happening from it was glass door. I saw from outside what was happening. I'd turn right back around like I ain't doing this old ghetto. You know what I mean? But the Most High was like going there, and I don't even go in there, get in the middle of the two of those. So when I went back and spoke to the Arab, and I explained to him, like, yo, you can't do certain things, man. And he was like, oh, this is what he said. He said, and that's when he told me he got popped there like a year and a half before. And I was like, well, what happened? He was like, I don't know. The guy just came in and just shot me. So I said, listen, when I explained, he was like, I understand. He was so thankful. He was like, because I'm a Muslim. And then when I told him my name, I said, my name is Yusuf. He's like, okay. He was like, these people didn't grow up with Islam. So they don't understand like the culture. He's like, that's why I think they act this way. So I had to set him straight on that. I was like, no, that's not the issue. I said, so I gave him some intel. Dude was hanging on to my every word. And he was like, thank you so much. He was like, he said, I didn't understand why they act like this. He was like, because I try to be friendly. I was like, no, there's no fathers. That's it. I said, it's not about Islam. I said, there's no fathers. So you have to think about how would you want someone to speak to you if you never had a father? So that's being what the Most High called us to be in and out of season in every moment. you know. And I didn't have to right before I got in there, God help me. No, because it's already in my ear. You see, so that's the flow Zach is talking about. The flow got because he had on some skinny jeans. You know what I mean? I could have went less real quick. I could have just pulled his pants up for him. He could have looked at me like, yeah, it's in there tight. You know what I mean? Like, give me that. you know. So, but that's the thing, man. So it's like when you in that flow, you'll have Chief Yuya stories. Because that's how if Samson was there, Samson would have did the same thing. If Yahweh was there, this is what the Messiah would have did. You think the Messiah would have started quoting scriptures? The Messiah would have hemmed them up and then came back and spoke to them. And me going back and speaking to the store owner was basically like, this is how you're going to see my people. You see, this is how you're going to respect and see my people. Yeah, I know what he did was wrong. That was wrong. That was wrong. He won't do it again. But this is how you're going to see my people. And I had my big red Chief Yuya logo shirt on that day too. So you remember, yeah, the dude came in with the big chest and the big arms and all that, and hemmed you up. The old head with the big head and all that. Yeah, you're gonna remember with the big bright red shirt on. You're gonna remember him. You know what I'm saying? So that's answering your question, Brianna. You know what I'm saying? Like, and don't be putting all the codes in the chat, Aquia. I see you. She got grip, glicky hammer. Yeah, she West Coast. Gat. That's it for the West Coast. You know what I'm saying? But that's when you moving in that spirit. And Brianna, if you moving like that, I'm not saying you got to go up and be breaking up fights and stuff like that. But I'm saying when you're moving like that, you don't have as many crises. The crisis only happens because your peace is rocked. When your peace is rocked, it only means you don't know who you are based on what's happening. As long as you know who you are, there's going to be rainy days, it's going to be sunny days, it's going to be valleys, it's going to be peaks. That's just what living is. But when you have peace, it's like I'm still moving. I'm moving steady. Ain't no thing. I'm moving steady. So that's what I would say to anybody with that kind of question, man. Stay in the presence of Yah. Stay in the presence of Yah. I know it sounds boring, like, well, I mean, I gotta pray all the time. Yeah, that's what it means. That means you constantly, because you got people like Maria be talking to herself all the time. That's what she does. That's her thing. That's her hobby. You know, laughing, making her own jokes. But then when you come around her, then she get all serious, like you disrupting the conversation. What? What? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, so you know. Yeah, right. Y'all say no. She know. Look at Ray. Look at Ray about to say something. You can't say it ain't true.
Not anymore. I'm trying. I don't
Yeah,
But I'm better than I was last year.
know. I
right.
was.
Exactly. I'm getting
I
better.
is.
I
Mhm.
haven't done it all day today. What you talking
Right. Exactly. I'm waiting till tonight. We're gonna have a good conversation over dinner.
about?
But see, that's the thing. It's like you could talk to yourself all day, or you could talk to the creator all day. Which one is going to get you further?
Mm.
You know, so it may be difficult for you to imagine like stay in prayer all day. It's not that hard because some of us we're so obsessed with ourselves, we just explore our own thoughts all day. But what if you could take that same obsession and push it upwards and say instead of just talking to myself all day, I'm going to just talk to the creator all day and I'm going to listen all night. Then you'll be in the flow.
Man, and that makes me even think of segment with responsibility of just being able to respond with ability of and when you those situations do present themselves, it's not one like, oh, what do I do now? Or let me try to get the perfect answer. No, I'm going to respond the way that I know to respond because I've been there. I stay there. So it's not a matter of me like something happens now, you start running. Hey, I'm gonna just start running too, so we can all just get out of here because I'm gonna save yourself. Nah, this is what I was called to do, and this is the reason why I'm putting in all of this work, and I'm doing all so that when the situation presents itself, well, okay, here I am. Somebody's drowning, and I've been skipping swimming lessons this entire time. Well, then I can't be like, oh yeah, well, I'm gonna stick by the black person side and just jump in, and we all now start to drown. No, it's a matter of all right. Let me make sure that you have a life raft, or I can at least grab you from behind. I'm gonna come from behind, not in the front, because you're gonna be kicking and screaming. I'm gonna do the best approach possible in order to save you and the other person that's from this situation, because this situation can go leave you with some time behind bars and sitting you down. And like you say, man, it's 16, 17 years old. You have no clue what the decision you're about to make right now over some Snickers or whatever the case may be, where you just want to come in and get some Cheetos, and now all of a sudden you sitting down for years. So yeah, just staying there so that when you can respond with ability in that situation, so you can start moving and grooving. So um, I don't know about y'all, but y'all know how I'm about to do it.
Well, you got one more question in the chat. I was on close out, but
All
someone
right.
messaged me, reminded me. Brianna, I'll read it out loud and I'll let you answer it. She says, uh, man, these things are all jumbled up. So, but what is the man? Okay, if a man claims to be righteous and had a personal experience with the Most High Himself, the Lord Himself, but struggles with the flesh, is he still considered a man of God because God looks at people who are broken, right? Not the ones who have a perfect life.
So the
That
question is, if he
kind of
struggles
hard.
with flesh, is he still a man of God? That's the question.
I guess like I'm trying to is there another part to this question? This okay, I call him God. I'm trying to, yeah. But what if this man but she said this as if there was a reference above. I didn't see it. What if this man claims to be righteous and had a personal experience with the Lord himself, but struggles with the flesh? Is he still considered a man of God because God looks at people who are broken, right? Not the ones who have a perfect life. Oh, I guess it was maybe a reference to the earlier question around like how could someone claim to be one with God but be cursing at the same time? I'm guessing this is somewhere around there. Like it's related to that somehow, you know. And then it's but what if the man claims to be righteous and had a personal experience with the Lord himself, but struggles with the flesh, is he still considered a man of God? Because God looks at people who are broken, right? Not the ones who have a perfect life.
I would say nobody ever moves
Oh,
beyond not
and
knowing.
Brianna says, I was referring to someone I know, by the way. Oh, we know, Brianna. We know you referring to someone you know.
Clearly.
I don't think anybody ever is not struggling with the flesh. I think that goes back to what was told to Cain and Abel when it said evil is always crouching at your door. So it's a matter of what does one start to give their attention to, which ultimately is the path that they're going to start to take. So the flesh is never satisfied. And if one starts to only follow the flesh, then they're going to give into fleshly, earthly things that they're going to start to follow, as opposed to one who keeps their eyes, who, like Chief just said, as far as being in the flow, is this is what I'm going to do on a day in and day out basis. I don't think I willfully I'm answering this correct question, but I don't think I really understand the question.
Well, she gave another little part here. I meant like how people are in church and they seem to be holy, but when they leave the church, they are back to themselves. And she said, me included, I guess.
Oh, that's what I've been saying since you got 5 years old, right here.
Right. It's gotta be.
Yeah.
And not.
Now. That's when people just show up and they put it on like a shirt. And I'm going through the steps and I get all of the Florida water, or I get this and I get that. I got the, I'm burning incense and they do all of this because this is what I was told to do on Sunday, but then, or on the Sabbath, or whatever day that you claim to be your holy day, or whatever your Babylon told you. And then you go back to doing the same thing that you've been doing. Which then becomes problematic. And this is why we said many times, people work hard for their situations. They work for them. So just like when you said, like, if you hear somebody's voice and I have a problem, well, did you call on me when things were going well? Were you still in that flow, or was you now, I'm doing my own thing? But then now when a problem or a situation comes up, now all of a sudden you want to open up and say, hey, I need some help. Hey, we're in a problem. So now we speak in French now. Where was we at when I was telling you these are the laws that you should get into your heart, not just showing up and thinking that that's good enough, where people just say, I'm here, ain't I? I mean, I listen, ain't I? Yeah, but are you really letting it in? Matter of fact, and this goes back to, even, I'm going to pull it back up, where in conduct, where it says, you need not ask for a reckoned list of what you are permitted to do or what you are not. When you ingest the spirit of these teachings and this culture with your heart and mind, the imperatives of the right behavior will grow inside of you. You can't go through the motions. You can't skip steps. This is where you even hear certain people who claim to be Yoruba. They claim that they want, this is how it goes. And as soon as you talk about plurality, then they'll say, oh, no, you don't got to do that. That's a case by case. I'm not going to accept the culture. I'm just going to pick and choose what I want to pick and choose of what feels right. Until you ingest the fullness of what it is, of the community and the culture and the teachings, and you stay in that space where it will transform you, well, then now it will move you beyond the space of you just doing this thing where I go in just to get filled up, just so I can come into the hospital. I get the IV in my arm, where I get just enough energy to get back on the streets, but then I go right back to doing the crack again, or I go right back to smoking weed again, and then when I'm depleted, I come back into the hospital again. Somebody better reserve my bed so I can get just enough energy so I can go back and do it again. Now it's a matter of, I can't, once I stand up, let me actually go down a different path or do something new, as opposed to approaching that at the beginning was talking about with the closed mind of saying, well, if I do something new, then I would have to admit that I was wrong. Yes, you will have to admit I was doing things wrong. And the things that I was doing wrong ended up putting me in the situation that I am. It's not your reality, but a situation that you got yourself in. So it's a situation that you can get yourself out of. But it's a matter of, are you going to be disciplined, Are you going to submit, and are you going to stay par for the course? And if one is not willing to do that, but only listening to their flesh, and their flesh saying, but we got to turn up. Yeah, but let's just have fun. Yeah, let's just have a good time. Yeah, well, what's it going to hurt if you're going to do it? YOLO. You start listening to all of these people started tapping into your ear saying, oh, it ain't that bad. And then ending up getting the same results that you've been getting. So if one is if only going to listen to the flesh, then you're going to have somebody who's just only going to show up on the Sabbath or on these calls and say, well, I'm here and I did it. But if you're not going to ingest the fullness of what is actually being given, where you are actually taking on the culture and the teaching and staying on there on a day in and day out basis, well, then it's never going to work. And you're always going to end up being in a problematic situation.
Did the sisters want to answer to the feminine aspect of that?
When I read the question, like I think I'm more honed in on the last part about God looking at people who are broken and not the ones who have a perfect life. And I thought of Job, and that was the first one I thought of. And it's like, I think everybody gets looked at, right? And then everybody has their time for whatever their test is. And it may be like that test of the flesh, and it depends on like how you come out of it. Like, when it's over, will you have passed that test, or will you be found waiting wanting, right? And whether that be of the flesh. The other part that I thought of was like it was kind of how you answered before, Chief. Like, well, what God are we talking about? Like, have you discerned what God it is, what actual God it is that they're following? And then also, have you discerned what you're actually seeing when it comes to that perfect life? Who determines, what are you using to measure what is broken versus what is a perfect life? So that's what I got.
Okay. So if Maria's not going to go, um, I would say that a good start for you, Brianna, would be Matthew 7, Matthew 7:21 through 23. And that speaks about false prophets, you know, people who say, um, yeah, I prophesied in the name of God, and I healed people in the name of God, and I cast out demons in the name of God. But Yahweh, the Most High Son, is saying, you ain't coming into the kingdom. Like, you're not coming in. Get away from me. So false prophets have been around for a long time. And, a person who's not really what they say they are, right? So I think it goes back to what I was speaking about earlier about knowing what's bearing fruit and what's not bearing fruit, and looking at, yeah, people will say all sorts of things. It's just what people do. People just, they got mouths, they use them. But what exactly are they producing? So you want to look at what they're producing and the value of what they're producing. I would say number two. So Matthew 7:21 through 7:23, I would say start there. But the third thing I would also say is like, there's so much in your question, right? So, like you said, I mean, like how people are in church and they seem to be holy, but then leave the church. Seem to be holy to who? Do you know anything about what they're supposed to represent in church? Because, for instance, you're not in Anu, Brianna. I know you're going through your orientation right now, or getting ready to go through your orientation. If you're not in Anu, I could tell you anything. Oh yeah, we do this and we do that and we do that, and you wouldn't know any better because you don't have any. You're not here to be able to say, wait a minute, that's not what y'all do, or to be around other people, and they might say, yeah, that woman over there, that guy over there, they be twisting things. That's not really how it's supposed to go, right? So you don't really have that comparison. So, just because somebody says they go to church and someone goes to church, that means zero. That doesn't mean anything. People go to church for all different reasons. Some people go because they got nothing else to do on the strong end. They live in a town where there ain't nothing popping. So it's like we barbecue on Saturdays, we go to church on Sunday, and after church we watch the game. That's just what we do. It may not be because they're this holy person, quote unquote. But again, how would you know what's holy from unholy? Because sometimes people will use that if it's something that they don't want you to do. God don't like that. And it's like, prove it. You know what I'm saying? Like, where does it say that? It's in there. You know what I mean?
Well,
So it's like people sometimes will just say different things, you know, to control you. And it may not necessarily be the truth, right? But like when you say something about Lord, you said something about Lord. I thought, I don't know. Something about the Lord. Lord. But yeah, you said something about the Lord. Um, like type of person, I don't know. I meant like I don't know. Somewhere in there you said something about I call God God, I'm looking for it. Person who claims to be righteous and had a personal experience with the Lord himself, but struggles with the flesh. What Lord? There's many lords. What Lord are they talking about? And are you two talking about the same Lord? And then they said they claim to have a personal experience. So what? You know what I mean? All personal experiences are not created equal, but sometimes people will use that to shut you down. So you might be saying something that makes sense, Brianna, and they'll be like, well, I know what my God told me, you know? And it's like, well, can you argue with that? No, because I don't know what's going on in your crazy brain. So I just got to leave it alone. You know, there was a singer, Tone, he now calls himself B Slade. Back in the days, he did an interview on a sister named Lexi. Lexi used to be a gospel singer back in the day. She still sings, but she had a gospel show for a talk show for a while. And she finally just came out and asked him, like, are you, Gey?
mm,
I know how to spell it, you know. Um, and
that's
he
the
was
simple.
like, yes, I am attracted to same sex, this, that. And he was like, she was like, well, what's up with that? And he said, well, I feel like if God didn't want this in me, he wouldn't have put it in me, this feeling. And until he tells me otherwise, I'm going to continue to do this thing. But this is the person who gone a whole lot more church than I ever did, church person, famous gospel singer, famous personality, if you will, right? So we would maybe look at this person and be like, well, they know what to do because they in that church. But it doesn't mean that this person ever picked up the book and studied it. They could just be talking because the book tells you not to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it is in the book. God, quote unquote, already said, don't do that. Don't lay with a woman as you would with a man. I mean, don't lay with a man as you would with a woman. I guess it was the same thing, I guess. But so it already speaks against that, you know. Um, so sometimes people will just be talking, but they don't really study anything. And sometimes the Lord that they're having a personal experience with is not the Lord you're thinking. You know, you're thinking one thing and they're thinking something completely different. So I would just say, like, yeah, like somebody who struggles with the flesh, you probably just sounds like you're talking about somebody who wants to have sex with you or something. That's what I think you're talking about. You know, there's a couple of pieces to that, because you ain't giving much of the story. But what it sounds like, this is some guy that's been trying to tell you what to do, but they want to have sex with you, and they're trying to justify them wanting to have sex with you. I could be wrong, but you ain't giving no real information here. So I would just say in terms of that, like Aki Zach said, you always gonna struggle with the flesh. Like that's just what it is. Um, you're gonna struggle with many things. You're gonna struggle with spirit. You're gonna struggle with flesh. We're striving in the flesh. But sometimes people don't set up their lifestyles in a way to accommodate their holiness. So it's like the Most High is saying it's not good for you to be alone, right? So um if you decide, well, I'm going to be alone, well, you were told it's not good. So now if you have struggles later, it's because you wasn't paying, you didn't set up your lifestyle based on what you were told works best for you. So now you have struggles that you shouldn't really even have to have, whether they be sex, whether it be food, or whatever it is, this struggle of the flesh. It could be even anger and things like that because you're not following the rules. So now you're creating these emergencies of the flesh for yourself. So that's just what I would say to that, Brianna, with the little bit of information that you provided. Um, those different steps that I gave you, I would look at each one of those, but just always know, just because somebody goes to church, it doesn't mean anything. Just because somebody's in our new or say they in our new, you don't know why I let them in. Now everybody who is gonna present themselves to the world as in our new, they're gonna say, I study with Chief Yuya. That's what they're gonna tell you. And you could turn around and be like, what days and times does Chief Yuya study? Okay.
I'll get
You
back to
sure
you
you
on
study with me? You know what I mean? Or are you just around and when I teach stuff, you're in the room? But if you were studying with me, you wouldn't even say, I study with Chief Yuya. You would say, I'm studying it, I'm working on this right now. This is what's in our community. You see, nobody studies with me. I study by myself. Okay. And the times that I study, I promise you, whoever you talking about or whoever you or whatever, y'all sleep. I promise you, when I am studying, you're asleep. So, and that's every single day, right? So I was studying this doing it. I had a great study. I'm probably gonna present this soon. Um, been studying just the different classifications of angelic energy. And not really angelic energy, that's the wrong word, because angels are like the lowest form of electromagnetic expression from the Akashic realm. But I was just been studying on in the different Vedic or yeah, the different Vedic scriptures and the different Tibetan scriptures, all of these different examples of fallen beings from the sky and correlating them across. I'm not teaching that right now, and nobody else is studying it with me. Yesterday I was studying my Akkadian. I've been really tightening up on my Akkadian language, right? I don't teach Akkadian, you know. So and birds like yeah, I'll be up there with them. Like we see them up there with that bright red shirt, he be up here with us. So yeah, people have to form their own relationships, and if people are preaching one thing and then behaving another, you got all the information you need. And as far as if God looks at broken people, I don't even know what the heck that means. I don't know what that means. I know that if you are living in sin, the Most High does not look at you. I know that. So if you get a glance and a little like, hey, come on, that's called grace. But the Most High said, like, yo, if you don't act like you're supposed to act, I don't hear your prayers. I know that part. But if you're not, Brianna, someone who's in that tradition, you're really not in a space where you can judge that person. You don't know what they're reading. You don't know what they're doing, you know. But and this, I'm going to close out on this. This is what I would say, and I have said this to people before who have had these kind of challenges. What is that holy person doing talking to you? You're not supposed to, if I'm holy and I'm striving within the walk of Christ, my friends are the same way. The women that I want to engage with are the same way. So if you are not like that and I'm like that, we don't really have any business talking. Aside from me saying one thing to you, come into this whatever I'm doing, come into this religion, come into this way of life, come into this culture. That's my only speech for you. Anything outside of that is now I'm not functioning. If we're talking like about Christians, be ye not unequally yoked. How can two walk together lest they agree? I can't walk with you and try to argue with you and we coming from different perspectives. Or like Zach said about polygyny. I don't have polygyny conversations because most people you're going to speak to are coming from a Western perspective. So their mind, they're immediately going to say, oh, you just want to have a lot of sex. Well, that's dumb. Why would I marry somebody to have a lot of sex? Isn't it the opposite? I want to have a lot of sex, but I'll just go have a lot of sex with a bunch of different women. If I commit myself to one or two or three of them, I'm actually limiting my options. I got 3 eyes, 6 eyes on me all the time. You know what I mean? So that's stupid. But if you're coming from a Western perspective, your mind is immediately gonna, can you afford three? Oh, I gotta buy them. I gotta buy it. You see. But in the East, women are business women. They are the marketplace. I ain't gotta buy nothing. They recognize being a part of family is an honor. They're not hooking me up. When a boy is born, when you get a male heir, everybody celebrates. I'm the one. She ain't the one. I'm the one. You know. And the West is different. I got to give you something for Valentine's Day. And the East is, you better serve Daddy's plate right. Because he's the one. He's the one that redeems this entire family. You see, he's the one that brings us honor. We can now walk through the marketplace carrying our babies. We're not carrying around a bunch of bastards. We're carrying children who have a relationship with their father, and I have a relationship with the father. We are a unit. We are mirroring what's been written on temple walls for hundreds of thousands of years, a divine family. Anything outside of that is an embarrassment. So, yeah, those are just things to think about. I know I said a lot just now, because I it's a big subject. Um, yeah, it's a big subject. So I don't mean to take over like that, but just as far as anybody looking from the outside, all right, thanks, and saying, "Oh, you're supposed to be this way," you can't use those words. That was really my fourth point, but I skipped it. That ain't got nothing to do with us. I don't want to sit and talk about church people. I don't want to sit and talk because I'm not in that world. So if somebody comes and you say, "Well, I go to church, but come on, let's go to the hotel and let me stick it in you." All right, well, that's what you want me to say. That's their world. That's maybe what they do. I don't know. We don't serve the same Elohim. We don't even read. We don't even read the same. Even if we have the same book in our hands, we're not even reading it the same. We don't talk the same language. We don't even eat the same food. I don't have anything in common with a churchgoer. So I don't, it's not really for me to comment on what a Christian does or a churchgoer does. I don't know it. I'm not with, I don't know. I ain't with none of that. You know what I'm saying? So this is something so different that you either get with this or you don't. But trying to make a comparison like, well, yeah, I see y'all got a religion, but people try to get me in their religions and stuff. This is not what that is. This is not that. This is not your church. This is not your masjid. This is not your Hebrew camp. This is something that does not exist anywhere else but here. And I can say that with surety. And I can put that up against anybody who says, no, this is just like, I'm okay. If you want to do that, we ain't going to debate, but I could show you in about 20 seconds. This is something you never seen before. Because a simple thing, go look at the video I did on the Sky People. I'm talking about the Bible and I'm talking about the books that came before the Bible. Do they do that in church? They talk about spaceships and no. So this ain't that. Now she asked one more question. And I'm glad you answered your question with your question. And I'm gonna say that and close out. You asked Brianna, is religion good or bad? I don't even understand what religion is. That right there should be on a t-shirt. Really, the front is religion good or bad. The back is I don't even understand what religion is. You could make some money. You need to
That
put that on a t-shirt. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the same thing I'm saying to you, Brianna. How can I speak on something that I'm not in? I can't speak on people who say they're holy and has personal experiences with the Lord. I'm not in that. I don't know nothing about that. You know, so I don't know what to expect from that person. So just like you say, is religion good or bad? I don't even understand religion. Then how could you listen to me saying if it's good or bad if you don't even know what it is? Why even have a conversation about religion? Because you now want to make me your God? So you can go back and argue with that person and say, Chief, you I said this about religion. Well, you probably won't say that. You'll probably say, I heard this about religion. You know how y'all do. You know how y'all do. You dirty.
I don't know what you're talking
Yeah, I came up with this. I was studying,
about.
you know. So that's the thing. It's like I'm not going to speak on what I have not integrated into my life. I'm not going to speak on that. So you can't compare that with this. This is like unlike anything you have ever encountered. But if you approach it with that old junk in your brain that it is, then you'll never be in. The only people who could truly be a part of us are the people who empty out. Because two things can't occupy the same space at the same time. you know so you can't transmit or have brought into you your higher being, your higher self, while your lower self is like, yeah, come on in, I made room for you. you
so much
know
for activities.
right, we got so much room now for activities. I put the beds, I put them on top of each other, so now we got the whole middle of the floor. No, it don't work like that. The higher self can, I'm good, I'll
Thank
pass.
you.
Yeah, I'll wait till you die
Single.
and try your child. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't work like that. Like either you emptied out and you're ready to receive, which is the mark of a true student. That's why when you have a real student commits themselves to your teachings only. They don't hop around from place to place, because a real teacher commits themselves to the student. So even once that student goes off, they get their lesson, they go off and they have their own students. A real teacher will always make themselves available to support any student they've ever had. They may have their own students, and that student can come back to them and ask questions. See, that's a real student teacher relationship or master apprentice relationship. But you'll never, like me, people who come here and they still talking about my Baba this or my E of this. I don't I don't teach them as much as they think they're getting. I'm not giving you that much. Yeah, just watch the YouTube videos. Because you're not empty. I'm not pouring this good these gems I got. I'm not giving this to you. You crazy. So you can muddle them up with the stupidity that's floating around in the bottom of your tank. Because if whoever you came from was so great, you still be over there. Or maybe you're the problem. Maybe you're a filthy vessel. Still not going to get the deeper gems. That's just the reality of it. Now I'll show love and I'll be kind and I'll open the door, but I'm not going to cast my pearls to swine. And what is swine but unclean? What is the unclean thing? The thing that has been blended and mixed. So this is about purity. You got to come with one thing, one objective, one mind. So yeah, I'll just say that. All right, y'all joking in the chat. Yeah, you know, all that good teaching, y'all just cracking jokes. So you wonder why. You wonder why you're getting tossed about by a raggedy preacher, a raggedy horny preacher. Yeah. So I would just say that, to that question. You know, people are always going to say that they're more holy or whatever, but if you don't study, if you don't have a relationship and you don't study, you can't say nothing. They doing better than you are. At least they're claiming something.
And that even goes back to that humility. I swear, anytime that you're in sports, you can see somebody. If I have to keep telling Coach Yafe, man, I got 20 points this game. I do this and I do that, and I'm like, yo, the more that you keep talking, the more that you keep telling me, you're probably not that, right? You're not doing all of these things, because if you were, then you'd be like, hey man, when certain people are doing certain things, they'll be like, man, just Google me, man. Like, just look my stuff up. I'm not gonna sit here and do this. But if I'm not 100% sure of that, then I'm gonna have to keep reminding you.
Right.
Man, I do this, I do that, and I'm not doing all of this with you. Again, you got to come, like you said, like an empty vessel. You got to be ready to. A master apprentice relationship is you being a master student says, I'm ready to listen. So what is it? Where are we going? And that makes me even think about, when my first, I said this before, and I'm talking to Chief on Osiris Life. It'd be like this. It'd be like 3-4 hours just talking. And then he'd be like, so you got any more questions? It wasn't like, you know what I'm saying? And when somebody got it in them, or when somebody's like, why you asking me this? You shouldn't do this. You shouldn't. You start beating your chest and doing all this. Or now you hold up. There's a red flag here. There's a red flag here. Somebody who knows what they're doing, they're going to be calm, cool, and collected. And they know exactly how much to give, how much to pull back, how much to tell you to go look up yourself, because this is a lazy question. How much work you actually did. Like all of this is being computed in the matter of an instant, but just mattering, you're dealing with somebody who's actually giving you that work, and somebody who's just posturing themselves in the shirt. I'm on the team, but I ain't go through training camp. I didn't go through all of that. I skipped all of that. Yeah.
I know you're gonna close out, so I would just add really quickly. I agree. It's like, if you have to convince me, or like, you have to sit and give all the rundown of your accolades of like what you've done or what somebody else has said of you, then and not just through modeling, so that I can discern it for myself, then I'm just like, take a step back. It's like it should just come through that modeling. Right. And your actions should speak for themselves. It shouldn't necessarily be words, And then the other part was relating to like how it's that are we putting that title on someone? So like, even going to the part about if they're supposed to be holy, is that what she said? I don't want to put words in the mouth, but man of God. Are you making that decision? Did they tell you that? Like who, like, how are you discerning like what that is? Or how are we discerning if somebody is a man of God, or or a person who is in the spirit, or moving with the Most High? Is it just because it's based on like maybe a profession that they have, and we just put it there because of whatever our history is of going to church and like what we think this thing looks like? So that's the other part, is like not falling into that, like, oh, well, it's supposed to look like this, so that's the title that I'm going to give you.
It's another one of my favorite movies. Happy Feet.
What? Which one?
My man Lovelace, Happy Feet. And when he get up there and he start moving, and this was bestowed on me by the mystic beings. And he got a whole following behind him that he has had contact with aliens, and these mystic beings bestowed him and chosen him as the leader. But if you start to pursue a spirit, it will take you on a pursuit of self-centeredness, where you can get that segment. We'll start to show you the difference between somebody who is self-centered, self-absorbed, and selfish. And self-absorbed people who make the worst priests are the worst priests of saying how much they care for other people, how much they've done for other people, running down their entire resumes, and I do this, that, and the third. But it is not about what they have done for something. It's about them and their own wants. Like, this is what I want in this moment. Because if it wasn't, then why would they feel the need to speak to it? You start to see you can, but you have to make a commitment on the pursuit of spirit, or you're going to make a commitment on the pursuit of flesh. And that flesh is always going to tell you, you could be lazy, you can skip steps, you can just go straight to the end. You don't have to go through it. Or, you know what, this is going to, how long is this about to take me? Well, I got to read all of this. And then what if I don't get it? I don't really understand this. Well, then go back and read it again. And then you might get it. Just like if I have watched The Matrix 1,575,000 times. And every time I watch it, I get something different from it. All right. And every time I look at, or if I go back, like every time you look at it or you hear a Chief Yuya podcast or something that I don't know why I just said Chief Yuya. I never say that. Interesting. All right. So you listen to that, like you'll be able to get one thing. And then you'll go back and you'll get something totally different as you expand and as you grow. But you have to have a commitment to it, or you'll just keep falling for the dink, because you're falling for the dink because you might be lazy. Really, I mean, when one is lazy and not putting in work, and then you're just taking what somebody is just for face value and not digging. I mean, you can say, yeah, that can go either way, actually. So I'm not going to say that. It can go either way. But it's just a matter of going beyond what is presented, because people want to posture themselves as Kobe Green Bryant, but they just got the jersey and the sneakers on, right? I'm washing myself like Cheap, but all I got is his book, right? I got this, and I'm saying this from the book, and then I might venture off and say some other things from way out in left field, and then I'll beat you back with a stick if you try to correct me on something that, I'm the man, ain't I? Nah, G, hold on. That's not what it says. But again, that's why it says grasp the root. You have the book, look at the book. Do you got to study? You can't skip steps of trying to do your own thing. Then you'll see the phonies and the frauds and everybody else.
Man, the hell with them. Told you, man. Zach, you keep trying to save these suckers, man. The hell with them. You know what I'm saying? It ain't in them, ain't even on them. It ain't even around them. You know what I mean? Get them. You know what I'm saying? Let the Most High deal with them. Like, I'm just gonna say this one thing. Brianna asked this question, like, and I see Harut is responding a little bit too, but if she basically saying if somebody smokes weed that see, Brianna, this was saying you got to ask these questions. You in orientation. She over there arguing with somebody and coming back into the chat. Hold on a second, I got something for you.
What you doing?
She building her argument. But the thing is, like you said, somebody smokes weed, and when you say something about it, they get offended and say you can't judge me. That is absolutely false. A lot of Christians will say you can't judge, only God judges. It's not true. We have a book in the Bible called Judges. like, like, what I'm saying? So what about them? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you can judge things. This is why we're told, look at the fruit that a tree will bear. I'm judging that fruit. Is this good fruit? Is it bad fruit? You know what I'm saying? So that's people take that out of context, because right before that in that scripture, he talked about casting pearl to swine. You know what I'm saying? So he's basically like saying, he's talking about in that sermon, like what happens when you get in the mix of knuckleheads and false prophets. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to look at the context. But I would say, like, if that person says you can't judge me, maybe you can't judge them. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you don't know the rules of their community. If you don't know the rules, you can't say what's right and what's wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's not for you to say anything about. But again, at the same time, it just sounds like you got a real stupid relationship with somebody. I think I know who it is, Brianna. Um, you just got a real dumb relationship with someone, and that's not a man and woman. That's not how they're supposed to be striving together. Where it's all that strife. When you did this, well, I'm going to prove that what you did was wrong. I'm prove what you did, what I'm doing is right. The bottom line is like we're supposed to be able to get to get along together based under the same thing that we're following. That's what it's supposed to be. And if we're not both following that, no, we can't judge each other, but we got no business talking to each other. You know what I mean? So you don't try to use religion and stuff like that to state an argument just because somebody throws up a sign. How many Christians you got? Yo, one of the biggest threats to I'll say black people for people listening. For blacks in America and Africans in America after, during the Reconstruction era, after the Civil War, was the white Protestants in the South who were staunchly against any level of equal rights or integration. So they were lynching and killing. I mean, the Ku Klux Klan would burn a cross on your yard. You know what I'm saying? So just because somebody claims something doesn't mean that they're necessarily epitomizing that thing. But you have to look into their community. That's why it's important to be learned. You got to understand. I don't get around people who are East Indian and say, "What's that dot on your forehead?" Like I take some time to learn. Like if you see the dot, like, let me go. We live in an information age. Go look it up. What does that mean? Why is it changing colors? It was red the other day. Now it's black. What's that? So you look that joint up, and then you say, okay, now I can come around you, and I can understand. I understand why you're eating these kind of spices, or you do something as simple as go to the Caribbean. Why don't the children want to eat like all the pretty colorful food that we eat? We eat Fruit Loops and stuff. It's got red number 40 in it, which causes cancer. But like the cereal that they eat here, you got your nice milk, the cow milk with all the pus in it, but they bleach the pus out, so you ain't gotta worry about it. The blood and the pus that's in the cow milk, they bleach that so you can't see it, so it's nice. And then they got all this different, make a balanced breakfast. I'm going to give you this acidic orange juice, and you're going to drink the orange juice with this creamy milk. So you're going to put acid and cream together. You'll be fine, though. You'll be fine. It's good. You'll be fine, right? And then we're going to take some butter on top of that. We're going to take some more cream, and then we're going to put that on top of the bread with some sugar.
Right. Don't forget the sugar.
Some jelly. Because when you put sugar into dairy, it causes it to rot. So you're gonna put the jelly on it that's got high fructose corn syrup, just a little bit of cancer. You spread a little bit of cancer onto your toast, right? And then you're gonna eat this cereal, right? But if you go to the Caribbean, I'm not eating that. You know what I'm saying? No, what I would love is some dumplings, some yam. Nice little soft. I'll do some porridge, even some cornmeal porridge. That's cool with me. Is cornmeal porridge pretty? No, not really. It's good though, but it's not pretty, and it's hot. Or I'll do some dumplings, some yam. Maybe you might hook me up with some callaloo. You're gonna eat greens with bread dumplings for breakfast. Yeah, it's good, right? So that culture may look at what you're doing differently, and you may look at what they're doing differently. And it's powerful to learn each one before you can make a judgment on what's actually happening. Because some things, like you asked about religion, some things we do, we don't know why we're doing it. Like why do we eat eggs with breakfast?
Because somebody told us to. No other reason.
There's a reason. Go ahead, Zach.
I don't know. They lay eggs in the AM.
Somewhat. Yeah, somewhat. That you're wrong, but you're right. You're right. You're wrong, right. So what it is that before America became more industrialized, it was more agricultural based. So what happened was that when, at one point people mainly lived on farms. So in that farm environment, they had chickens, and these chickens would lay all of these eggs, and they would use that for their food. And what happens is that when people started to migrate into the cities, you now had these farms where people are no longer living in the rural areas. So people are not buying eggs, but you had all these surplus of chickens and these surplus of eggs that they didn't know what to do with them. So they hired someone, the US government hired someone to come in and teach about doing two things. So they had two things they had to get rid of: all of these eggs and all of this surplus pig meat. So they started to market this whole eggs and sausage as a
Mhm.
part of a healthy, balanced breakfast, because breakfast is the most important meal of the day, which is true. It is the most important meal of the day, but it shouldn't be the biggest meal of the day. It should be the smallest meal of the day. Because when you wake up, your body's trying to get rid of stuff, not trying to stuff stuff in. That's why when you wake up, first thing you want to do is go to the bathroom. And if you drink some water as soon as you wake up, we know that's what that bathroom gonna be. You drink enough water, plop plop fizz fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. You see what I'm saying? So that that's the thing. So people eat eggs for breakfast and all variations of eggs, egg sandwiches, egg omelets, all these different things, because people moved into the city and they had to figure out how to make money off of all these extra eggs that they had.
Mhm.
You see? So if you didn't know that, you go to another country and be like, "Why you eating this for You eating fruit for breakfast? That ain't no real breakfast. Real breakfast is eggs and sausage, toast, and Cheerios." You
No.
know,
Yeah.
all of this stuff that makes you sick for the rest of that your body's got to battle the rest of the day,
Mhm.
right? And another country might be like, "No, we're breaking the fast."
Mhm.
And when we break the fast, we need to eat things that's going to continue to clean our body out and stimulate our appetite for our meal later,
Mhm.
right? But your culture might be based off of capitalism, where every single thing you do is got to make somebody some money,
Money.
even
Yeah.
down to your religion, you
Mhm.
know. So I would say it's important, man. Right, it was on the nutrition chart. That's what I do radio say.
Right.
That
It's
horrible food pyramid.
on the plate.
Oh Lord. On it. Even the whole, like, all that water you got to drink. Who got time to be drinking water all day? And then you don't even give me clean water.
No, take a
So I
drink.
got to buy water
Mhm.
all day.
It's got a
You
little
know what
bit
I'm
late.
saying?
Mhm.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Or buy your filter. So this
Mhm.
thing you tell me, anything you tell me I got to do consistently, I got to pay for.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, that food pyramid is terrible. All of that meat in there, and all of the dairy I gotta eat. And why I gotta eat these servings of meat with every, I mean, with every meal? Because you're trying to sell animals.
Yeah.
Because we decided to move into the city because people started inventing things. So you didn't need as many farm hands anymore. Just
Mhm.
like when you go to certain Caribbean countries, yeah, they eat these big breakfasts that usually are very carbohydrate based. And that's a layover from days of working on plantations,
Mhm.
where they needed all of these carbs, because you going out, you're not eating again to dinner time. So yeah, before I leave out in the dawning, I want to eat some yam. I want to eat some banana. I want to eat some potatoes. I want to eat all these different things, cassava. That's going to give me all these carbs and make me feel satiated. So put a lot of oil in it, so that'll coat my stomach and make me feel full until I get back home.
Mhm.
But I ain't going out picking no cotton and tobacco. So I don't need all of that in the dawn. You see what I'm saying? So we not sometimes understanding where things are coming from, and as a result, we're making judgments on ourselves and other people without understanding the context.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm gonna close.
Wasn't beer on the doggone? I thought beer was on a food
For
pyramid at
breakfast?
one. Wasn't
So
beer on it for one particular instance on the food pyramid?
I don't know. Barley. I mean, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I thought you
I
was a
don't.
true health expert. Come on, man. Now,
Not nutrition.
I,
I don't remember. I'll say it like that. I don't remember beer being on there. Um, but like Chief said, like a lot of things that we eat and do, even they're still doing it. That's why you think kale is so popular and important, because all the kale farmers, they had all that kale, and they hired a, what do you call it, a PR people to get people to eat kale. And not to say that it's not good for you, but at the end of the day, it is also just making people money. These things have been around. I think it was Chief or Sovereign Eats that I don't remember which, if it was on one of her shows, she was talking about like even dandelion. Maybe it was cheap. Dandelions grow like outside. Like people like pick them, but then we go into like Whole Foods to get like dandelion, because now all of a sudden it's a thing to do. But at the end of the day, it's making people money. But you can like pick dandelion probably outside in your yard and wash it off. Like, I mean, maybe it's not the same soil, but my point is like, yes.
yeah. Now you got to buy that from the store, and then the ones in your yard, you got to spray that with weed be gone or any type of chemicals to get rid of.
They're spraying it when you buy it from the store. They're spraying it with all types of pesticides. You probably are better off getting it in the yard.
I'm sorry, man. I know I keep saying I'm here working, so I keep literally walking away. I can hear y'all. I hear y'all talking. I got the earbuds up, and I keep coming back. Remember, so it was one thing I did want to say that I felt was important, but I was supposed to say it probably like an hour ago, so it might not even mean nothing. You know what I mean? But when you listen back, piece it together. You got to do your own editing sometimes. You know, so the thing about people saying like, "Yo, I'm trying," or like I'm trying to improve, you know, it goes back to the wheat and tares parable. How strong are you as a stalk of wheat that's gonna grow and bear fruit, that you will let the weeds are just the everyday foolishness in life. So if I'm, and I'm not trying to say I'm Superman or anything like that, but if I'm moving with a higher awareness and a higher quality of information and spirit, I shouldn't be taken out by the average things that any other guy is getting taken out by.
Mm-hmm.
So you need a super weed to try to take me out. You know what I mean? But your regular weed. So when people are making those kind of excuses, like, yo, I'm trying, man, but it's my money situation, my money ain't right, or you know my baby's father's acting up, or my baby's mother is acting up, or this, that, that. That's regular stuff. You supposed to been beyond that. You letting regular weeds take you out. Then again, once again, you ain't really a piece of wheat. Because real wheat grows beyond the weeds. It ain't taken out by the weed, you know? So that's just something I wanted to throw out there. Again, just I guess my whole perspective is still, unless the Most High tells me I got to really be patient with you and suffer with you, I'm going to say what I got to say and then knock the dust from my sandals and keep it pushing. I ain't going to sit here and be trying to convince your feeble minded self. I got things I got to do. And even if I ain't got nothing I got to do, nothing is better than sitting here and talking to you. You know what I'm saying? So if you start to understand things from that perspective, even people who say they're in the church or they're holy or whatever, and they're struggling with something that the average person is struggling with, they're weed. They're a weed, and they're gonna choke out your faith with their foolishness. You see, a weed can't choke my faith out. I'm sorry, that's not gonna happen. And I've had much more serious situations where I had to stand in front of people who had the power to take my liberty. And I had to stand in front of them and say, no, this is what I'm standing on. This is what it is. Now, wherever we going to go with this, let's do it. But this is what I'm standing on. You ain't choking out my faith, right? So I'm saying when you really moving on it, It's to the death. You know, now I'm not saying it's not like Samson didn't get taken out by Delilah. Yeah, sure, that happened. You know what I'm saying? But there was a series of small weeds that took Samson out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that whole him touching the jawbone and killing people with that. You know, what that is this, man. Samson was weak minded. He ain't never heard. You read the book of Samson, he ain't say nothing deep. He was like Neo from the Matrix. He had nothing to talk about. He wasn't that bright. That boy was strong, big strong country boy. But boy wasn't do too, but he ain't had too much on the cap. You know, that's just the reality of it, man. You know what I'm saying? He's strong. He just have big muscles. You know, so that's what I'm saying. It's like, you know, when you are a weed of a, or you are moving with a certain quality, this is certain things that can't take you out. Because see, the thing at that time, what that jawbone also represented at that time, the Israelites were not allowed to smelt metal. So you got to know the context. Because you might be like, why don't you just throw the jawbone down and pick up something? They weren't allowed to smelt metal because they were trying to, you know, they were trying to weaken them. So it's like, no, you can't make no major weapons and stuff like that. You're not allowed. The Philistines had come down on them and was like, the Philistines was like, we better not catch you smelting. So there was no blacksmith forges and stuff like that. So they had to learn to be, to use ingenuity, and to be inventive and innovative with the things that they did. Samson ain't do that. So he wasn't using his brain. Maybe I could take these pieces of wood together and put something together and make myself a glock, but I say wooden bullets. That thing catch on fire. The person, oh, it's made of wood. I forgot. But that's what I'm saying. Like, so he uses this thing. So what that was a symbol of is like you couldn't get around this Philistine rule. The creator didn't make you smarter than that. That you couldn't get around their rule. Okay, we thought you would have won because you got big muscles, but you ain't the one. You see. So I just wanted to include that real quick. Like if you got a dude who's saying they a part of something or a female saying they're a part of something, but you see him getting taken out by regular stuff, they ain't a part of it. They not really in it. And the thing is, if you have someone who says they really down with something and doing something, and you see they be getting hit with some like heavy duty trials, they really in it. They really in it. Because the higher your ascension, the more serious the stuff you gotta face. But sometimes you'll see that person facing serious things, and you'd be like, "Oh, they must be doing wrong. I know they doing wrong because they supposed to be so holy, and look at what they're going through. The house is caught on fire, or their car got repossessed. They got fired from the job. You looking at stuff like that, like, oh, they must be out of alignment. No, that might be. I'm not saying it is. It might be a sign that this is somebody who's on it. Now you got to also take the context. Did you pay your car note? How many jobs did you turn down because you felt they were beneath you? You know what I mean?
Right.
Did you just take the battery out the smoke detector because and forgot to go up there and put a new one in?
Right.
That's not God. That's just your dumbness. Okay. So you gotta, because I know there's a lot of people right now listening. That's me. I'm going through it. Yeah, you might just be dumb. You might have just been doing dumb stuff and thinking you know something that you don't know, and now it's coming back on you. That's just how that works. But sometimes there's some real life trials that people go through because of the stance that they've taken. And with that, I promise I'm gonna keep listening though. But
All good. All good. That just goes back. It makes me think, man, people work hard for their situation. And it's easy to try to claim though, oh yeah, because I've totally screwed all of this up. See, but I'm chosen for something though. See, I know that's why I'm going through all of this. Now you're going through all of this because you skipped your payments. Come on,
Yeah.
man. Get your stuff together. Get it together.
Yeah. Context it means a lot.
Yeah. All right. All right. So I'm gonna close out. Did you have anything that you wanted
I
to
just
add?
thanks for the subject. This
Thanks
is
for
good.
coming on.
they, Oh, I'm sorry, but I just wanted to thank you for putting 4.5 hours in.
Yeah.
Real,
Oh, well,
real talk, man. 4.5 hours, that's no joke. I know, and this brother works at night. So we're cutting into his rest time. I mean, I don't know if you're working at night or you just your day off. So just take the compliment and then we sort it out later. But you know what I'm saying? But hey man, sitting and talking about something for 4.5 hours is no joke.
Not.
He didn't get up and get food. You don't see him sitting there eating spaghetti or nothing like that.
No.
So,
Oh,
I
water
just want
break.
to, right. Yeah, no eat, drink, nothing like that. No weed break, so I just want to say that, man. You know what I'm saying? That's a huge thing. And thank you for giving this much content to the people. And I just, will that you all appreciate it and leave a comment.
Mm-hmm.
Leave a comment on the video, share it and whatnot, because that's a heavy work for a person to do for you
Mm-hmm.
for free.
Free.
Right?
Yeah. I was
So
looking at that time. I was like, this is a long time. Give thanks. Yeah.
man, I keep saying this, but it was given to me. So, like, what I'm supposed to do? Sit and be like, oh, yeah, well, y'all on your own now. Figure it out. Nah, because if that was done to me, then it would, whatever. Yeah. All I just ask is that you do something with it. There's a
Mm-hmm.
lot of information that was shared with you from Coach Yafe to Chief to Coach Maria to Emma Yakir. Just do something with it, man. Put the seed in the ground. And it's growth is not always going to be easy. Growth sometimes is painful, but
Mm-hmm.
by doggone, do not be the same person tomorrow that you are today.
Yeah.
Commit yourself, and have some discipline so you can start to make better decisions and put yourself in a better situation, man. Yeah, that's what I will.
Yeah.
I'm gonna find it. I
Before
thought
you
this
find
thing was
it,
on.
before you press it, can I just make it? Because I think I know what you're going to press. Can I make an announcement about that?
Absolutely.
For those of you who will be attending our retreat, please check your emails. There's some instructions in there on, transportation from the airport, payments, which are due soon, and also t-shirt sizes. So if you have not done so already, please send your t-shirt sizes ASAP. If you do not, then you'll have a generic large or extra large. So yeah.
I think this is it.
We scatter, no matter. We is your people, original people. They go west, they go east, they go north, they go south. Right.
That wasn't it.
Peace. No?
I thought it
that
was
was
the other one.
lackluster. That was anticlimactic.
Something
We give
yeah.
you the live
Got this
version.
point.
We will.
Hey,
Yeah.
we're gonna see you out there. Hey, kickball. Y'all
Mhm.
understand I am undefeated. All right. See you
Yes.
on the field. Yeah. Be there, be
Peace.
square. All right. Peace.